Good morning, colleagues, staff, testifiers, people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting for Wednesday, April 20th is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, I want to take this moment to recognize and celebrate the beginning of the new season, which began with Resurrection Sunday, Easter 2022 on April 17th. We have started to make strides towards normalcy with the easing of COVID-19 restrictions locally and across the world. We've come a long way in our fight against the uncertainties with the pandemic and have lost many loved ones. Nonetheless, we will press on regardless and continue to remain vigilant. To demonstrate our ability to press on, next week, after a 2-year hiatus, we will celebrate the 70th anniversary of St. Thomas Carnival. From 1952 to 2022, we celebrate our first Carnival Queens, Carmen Sibley, the traditional Indians, Elsco and Associates, the Gypsies, and the Sebastian Majorette for bringing our culture alive, along with the many, many participants throughout the years. While our outlook and while we are about and out, I encourage and urge everyone to take necessary steps to stay safe while enjoying the splendor and activities such as the boat show, panorama, food fair, adult and children village, as well as the parade. Today, I'm so proud to say that the U.S. Virgin Islands continue to shine brightly as I look at the monumental achievements of our young people on the national and world athletic stage. Michelle Smith, a 15-year-old track and field star from the U.S. Virgin Islands, won 2 gold medals and a silver medal for the U.S. Virgin Islands at the 49th Caribbean Free Trade Association CARIFTA Games in Jamaica over the weekend. In winning the 400-meter hurdle, she ran a time of 58.61 seconds, the world's fastest time for 2022 for the under 17 age group. Kudos to her. Also scoring big at the 2022 CARIFTA was St. Thomas teenager Max Wilson, who made a big splash by winning 3 gold and 2 silver medals in swimming. Max is a 17-year-old student at Antilles School. And this month, we also saw our U.S. Virgin Islander, Miss Aaliyah Boston of St. Thomas, lead her collegiate team, the South Carolina Gamecocks of Southeastern Conference, to win the 2022 NCAA Women's Championship. Aaliyah was named the NCAA tournament's most outstanding player and defensive player of the year. She has also won the Lisa Leslie Award as the best center in NCAA women's basketball for 3 consecutive years. My hats off and kudos to all of the parents of our fine young Virgin Islands athletes, their entire family, and coaches. Our young people can achieve great things with dedication, commitment, and their family support. Colleagues and fellow Virgin Islanders, let us rally around our young people and support and encourage them in whatever sporting activity or field of study they pursue. Greatness lies within each of us, and for our young people, let us cultivate it so they can achieve great things for themselves, our community, and our world. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Biden, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
One moment. Senator Johnson, I see you on the screen, but we're not hearing you over here. Can media please put on Senator Johnson's mic?
I'm here. I'm here. Here.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondences?
Yes, we do.
Kindly read those correspondences, Madam Clerk, into the record.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Capitol Building, Charlton, Mali, Virgin Islands 00802, April 19th, 2022. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I am currently out of the territory tending to a previously scheduled matter. I am therefore unable to attend the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Affairs meeting scheduled for Wednesday, April 20th, 2022 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. Please record my absence as excused. I wish you and my colleagues a productive committee meeting, and I thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter. The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman, Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Dear Madam Chairwoman, please excuse my tardiness at the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection hearing being held today, April 20th, 2022, due to an unforeseeable circumstance. Please mark me as tardy. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectively, Senator Javon E. James Sr., 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that will end the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We have established a roll call, and also, Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 20th, 2022, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive and consider the following legislative measures. Bill number 34-0201, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Viale. Bill number 34-0202, a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contributions to the Virgin Islands community, as well as baseball, softball, and life coach. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Violet. Bill number 34-0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke, Sr., posthumously for his service and contributions to the sport of basketball, horse racing, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Violet. And Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest. This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Block 1, the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 34-0202, a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contribution to the Virgin Islands community and baseball, softball, and life coach. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Violet. The invited testifiers are Mr. Eugene Thomas, Ms. Marilyn Theodore, Ms. Mona Lisa Barnes, and Mr. Vernon A. Philpott. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of today's agenda, Block 1.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34-0202? Media, could you kindly recognize the mic of Senator Kurt A. Violet? We are not hearing him on in St. Thomas. Senator Violet, try again once more. It's coming in a bit distorted.
Am I clear now? Clear now?
Oh, we're going to take a 1 minute recess so we could address those technical issues. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 1 minute. We are back on the record. Senator Vialet. Let's
Yes.
try again.
Are you hearing me clearly now?
I can hear you, we can hear you, and our stenographer can hear you as well. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers that will be before us today. Bill number 34-0202 is a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contributions to the Virgin Islands community as a baseball, softball, and life coach. I am honored today to be able to offer this resolution on behalf of Genix, as everybody on St. Croix and the Virgin Islands knew him as, who was born on December 15, 1936, and graduated from St. Patrick's School in 1956. I think that most individuals on the island of St. Croix know Genix for softball and the work that he did in the softball community, and specifically the work that he did with a lot of female teams. I think he was one of the premier female pitching coach, and he literally coached up until the day that he passed from this earth and went to what we would consider to be a better place. Some of the teams that he has coached has been the Virgin Islands national softball team, Times, Lancers, Stars, Ladybugs, Reds, Blazers, Croyettes, Just for Fun, Let's Have Fun, Let Them Talk, Nothing to Lose, Lady Knicks, Flames, Cinnamons, St. Croix Central High School varsity and junior varsity school, varsity softball teams, and the St. Croix Interscholastic Girls All-Star softball team. When I was the principal at Arthur Richards School, he also came down and helped Coach Brady, and he was one of the individuals that worked with the girls on a regular basis during lunchtime, after school, and attended all of the games. Genix was also a lover of horse race. I was looking through his horses to see if we beat any of them, but his love of horse race goes way back to the 60s and early 70s, and had a number of horses, and was also known as a breeder. He believed in native thoroughbred and was one of the individuals that pushed the development of the native thoroughbred breed. He was also a writer, so you can see he was a jack of all trades. Loved to write poetry, loved to express himself, loved to be able to get a message out to the people of the Virgin Islands. And a lot of his poems were read on local radio stations. I think it is very important, and we can see with the last resolutions that we did and the last perma plaque ceremony that we did, as to the importance of being able to recognize individuals in the Virgin Islands who have made a contribution to the Virgin Islands. So I'm honored today to be able to offer this resolution on behalf of Eugene Genix Thomas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Vialet. Before we proceed to recognize the invitees to today's meeting, we neglected to read into the record the letter of excuse submitted by our Vice President, Senator Novell E. Francis. Madam Clerk, can you kindly read that letter into the record?
The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Madam Chair, this letter is to inform you that I am currently in Austin, Texas, attending the 2022 Conference of Chiefs Justices and Conference of State Court Administrators Southern Region Mental Health Summit. As much as I will be absent from the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection hearing, scheduled for Wednesday, April 20th, 2022, 9 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Please mark my absence as excused. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate Vice President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, and I really thank you for reading that, and I do apologize to the good senator for our lax in not reading it during the appropriate time. We do have 4 testifiers who will be testifying on behalf of Bill 34-0202. We will first do a microphone check with those who are joining us virtually. Mr. Eugene Thomas, a pleasant good morning. Microphone
Present.
check. Miss Merlin Theodore, a pleasant good morning, Miss Theodore.
Good morning. Microphone check.
Beautiful. Mr. Vernon A. Philpott. Pleasant good morning, Mr.
Good
Philpott.
morning.
Wonderful.
Good morning. Microphone check.
Microphones are checking out pretty well. And then we also have joining us in the conference room in St. Croix, Miss Mona Lisa Barnes.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear and see you also. We will begin
Madam
receiving,
Chair, can I get a point of information before you start?
certainly. You're
Or rather,
recognized.
a point of personal privilege. Thank you so much.
You're recognized for
Madam
your
Chair.
point of privilege.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Since this resolution is honoring what in the Virgin Islands we would call a horseman or hasman in St. Croix, I would like to offer sincere condolences to the family of Roy Peterson, who is being buried on St. Thomas today. He's better known as Moro. He used to be around Papi, and Papi is Mr. Leroy Gottlieb from St. Thomas. He was involved in horse racing for a long period of time and race horses on St. Croix and also on St. Thomas. So I'd like to offer condolences to his family. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for mentioning that. Definitely, we convey and express our condolences to the family of Mr. Peterson and all of those persons who knew him as well as those who loved him, definitely. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will start receiving testimony in this order. We'll begin with Mr. Thomas, then Ms. Merlin Theodore, and then Mr. Vernon Philpott and Ms. Mona Lisa Barnes. You will be bringing up the rear. Mr. Eugene Thomas, kindly proceed with placing your testimony on the record.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Honorable Senators of the 34th Legislature, guests, testifiers, all the listeners via TV, radio, and live stream on the internet. My name is Eugene Thomas, and I'm proud to be sitting here testifying before this committee in honor of my dad, Eugene Thomas. On behalf of his wife, Irma Thomas, my siblings, and the entire Thomas family circle, we would like to thank you, Senator Joseph, and also Senator Vele for sponsoring this resolution and making it take effect today as we sit here. Who is Eugene Thomas? As Senator Vele started out, Eugene Thomas was born on December 15, 1936. Eugene Augustine Thomas, aka Genix, was the 6th child of Maria and Henry Thomas and the youngest of his siblings. His sister Natina and brothers Victor, Francis, Alfonso, and Edwin displayed a keen love for music. This was evident in his brothers Edwin and Alfonso becoming exceptional bassists and saxophonists, respectively. Genix is the father of 6 children: Dwayne Yogi Thomas, Zena Medine Thomas, Eugene Sean Yoga Thomas, Ibia Thomas, Kai Thomas, and Riddell Robinson. He resided in Estate Smithfield with his wife, Irma Williams Thomas, prior to his passing, where numerous family and friends would visit him. Genix was reared in a home located at number 16 King Street, Frederiksted. He would always say, "I'm a Frederiksted first, I'm a Crucian second, and I'm a Virgin Islander third." He was raised in a house with the finest pastries and cuisines that were prepared by his mother, who was affectionately known as Miss Maya. Genix's personality reflects that of his mother, who was peaceful and believed in an awesome God. His teachings embedded a fear of God, yet love and faith in him. His father was also credited for his positive upbringing. He found satisfaction in letting everyone know that he had never heard his mother or father quarrel. Genix's contributions to the community substantiated commitment to service, illustrated a call to duty, and demonstrated the adage, the harder you work for something, the greater you will feel when you achieve. For 39 years, he worked tirelessly as an administrative clerk with the Virgin Islands Public Works Department, where he exemplified what is to serve honorably in government service. Genix was a devoted lover of sports. His days would involve long training hours to youngsters and adults alike on both weekdays and weekends. His perseverance and joy were exhibited in innumerable winning streaks and through his passionate athletic mentorship, where he won a myriad of Virgin Islands championships. In 1978, the Cinderella World Series, which was held in Corning, New York, was known as one of his greatest achievements. His managerial accomplishment was blatantly on exhibition when his team, consisting of 13 young ladies, all under the age of 14, won the championship. 23 teams were present at the softball tournament, and Genix presided over the only all-black team. This victory produced an overwhelming happiness and propelled his career in coaching, managing, mentoring, and leading. Genix was a stern coach who held high expectations for his athletes. His demand for discipline was part of his training regimen. This applied to his children as well: Dwayne, baseball; Zena, softball; Eugene, baseball and track and field; Ibia, track and field; and Riddell, baseball. His mentorship reached establishments way beyond the confines of the baseball field. Throughout the years, he has been recognized at award ceremonies for his dedication and contributions as a coach, mentor, and leader in the sports arena. On June 2nd, 1996, Genix was honored for his contributions to the community as a coach, mentor, and surrogate parent to athletes by former Senator Adelbert M. Burt Bryan. On August 28, 1998, he was recognized by the committee and friends to elect Ophelia Nemi Williams Felix for his lifetime service as a coach and mentor. On May 26, 2012, he was recognized as an outstanding member in the community by Crusaders Fraternity Incorporated at their 30th anniversary award ceremony. Genix also had a fondness for animals. He loved horses and was also another outlet for mentorship. As a thoroughbred horse owner and breeder, Genix has owned and trained many horses. I'm going to say some of the names of those horses for you, Senator Vele. Sandra D. His favorite was Sandra D, a gray mare which he owned with Dr. Eugene Spur Peterson, who recently passed, and I want to offer my condolences from the Thomas family to the Peterson family on the passing of Dr. Peterson. Other horses included Cruzana Baby, Olami, Northern Shot, Carl the Shot, Jeepers Creepers, Cruzano, Ilani, Bossy, Takio, Miss TMT, Nature Boy, Fear Weather, Fear Lady, Mood Indigo, Attila, Sandrine, Magnificent, Infini, Olami Baby, and many others. Genix's fondness for animal also comprised of his love for pit bulls. His family members always reflect on his favorite pit bull named Ebony. He trained Ebony to protect not only his home, but more importantly, his beloved mother, Miss Maya. During the aftermath of Hurricane David in 1979, Genix learned that his friend Claude Richards had a new litter of pit bulls, and in his brown El Camino, he went through extraordinary means to obtain a female pup for his daughter Zena and affectionately named her Kalu. That dog definitely was my sister's favorite pet. She became as protective as Genix towards her family. Genix loved playing the conga drums and had a passion for salsa music. This may be surprising to some, but Genix was also a magnificent salsa dancer. Many family members would often bask in his fancy and eye-catching footworks on the dance floor. Genix was a walking history book, able to remember people, places, instances, streets, and names within Frederiksted. Many individuals would call upon him to refresh their memories of historical names of estates and beaches throughout the island, especially areas in Frederiksted. His stories of bygone places made it feel like they were still present today. Genix would provide words of wisdom, which was often followed by an invoked humor of some sort. Even in his busy schedule, he would find time to indulge in one of his many talents as a writer and poet. He composed countless poems expressing his thoughts, feelings, love, and affection for the town of Frederiksted, along with his pride in retaining the Crucian culture. Genix enjoyed
Mr. Thomas, we aren't hearing you any longer. After you said Genix enjoyed.
Genix enjoyed, I apologize. Genix enjoyed sharing his poetry with family and friends, such as Divine Guidance, Ode to Maria, Memorabilia, Hugoritis, Life, Love, Prosty, Learning the Hard Way, St. Croix, Nicknames, and A Blessing in Disguise. Genix was a surrogate parent to many adolescents in the community, and he guided them not only in sports, but also in academics. He encouraged a long list of athletes to pursue college degrees and even assisted them with gaining scholarships. Great examples of his role as a surrogate parent and resulting success story are Dr. Merlin Theodore and Pastor Mona Bonds, who you will hear from shortly. Genix's career as a coach, mentor, and manager began in the early 60s, and he was instrumental in molding many lives, including but not limited to the testifiers here today. Eugene Genix Thomas was a father, a husband, a surrogate parent, historian, mentor, leader, listener, life coach, athletic coach, poet, scholar, professional, winner, and a dear friend to many of St. Croix's residents. Genix was dubbed a legend. He was regarded as a man whose significant leadership impacted hundreds, and I would dare to say thousands of lives throughout the entire Virgin Islands community. I would like to say to this end, I thank Senator Vele for sponsoring this resolution. I also would like to thank you, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, for calling this meeting for us to offer our testimony. And I'll finally like to say, I'd like to see this taken a step further, to have a softball field on St. Croix in honor of Eugene Genix Thomas. He deserves it. He has given this community 60 plus years of coaching and mentoring youngsters, and you will hear from some of those individuals shortly. And if we can have more of these individuals in our community like Genix, we wouldn't have a lot of the issues and problems that we're having today, like our young men, shooting and killing each other, when some of them are even relatives. So I digress, and I'd like to pass the mic off to Ms. Theodore, who is coming up next.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas, for your testimony. Is it Dr. Merlin Theodore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's put the handle on it. You earned that, so I will give it to you. Dr. Merlin Theodore, you are recognized to present your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning to senators, commissioner, and guests as well. I would like to echo the thanks that Sean previously expressed. My testimony will come from more of a personal level with Genix guidance as a coach, a surrogate father, but most importantly, as a friend. I was introduced to GeneX at a very young age, as a young lady with a hot head, as most people would know, who wanted to play ball. Despite my flaws, GeneX quickly recognized my potential and worked with me every day to become a better player. He positioned me at the third base. He had an eye to quickly recognize one's strength before the individuals themselves. He challenged me until I also believe in myself. I played with GeneX from about elementary well throughout my college years. I was able to start my college education because of GeneX. And I just learned this actually not too long ago, not before he passed. There was a coach from Lewisburg College in North Carolina that was seeking players to play on her Division II team. At the time, she only wanted one player. And Yolanda Stephen was chosen or recommended by another coach on St. Croix. And GeneX stepped in and said to that coach, "You cannot take Yolanda without Merlin." And there was reasons for that. That I also just recently learned. He not only focused on the individual and what they need, but he also paired people intentionally. He paired Yolanda and I up because my weakness was Yolanda's strength and vice versa. So that he know together we'll make a good team. He told that coach, "You cannot take Yolanda without taking Merlin. They come as a pair." And he said, "Trust me, you won't be disappointed." Mind you, at the time, I did not know this. But I remember Coach GeneX coming to me and he said, "I got to get you ready." However, the coach trusted GeneX and she gave me a partial scholarship based on his word. GeneX then dedicated a substantial amount of time to train Yolanda and I to be able to get ready for this Division II level team. He was very tough on me at times, but I know that it was always coming from a good place in his heart because he wanted me to succeed. At the end of that training, I felt confident, strong, unbeatable. You couldn't tell me nothing. Upon arrival at Lewisburg College and after a couple practices, the coach in Lewisburg, North Carolina, called GeneX and he said, "You were not playing when you said that you will have these girls ready. They are playing like they're already in the third season." He said, "They are some of the best players on the team. This is the opportunity that planted the seed and set the foundation for endless opportunities in my future." Simply because he believed in me and he put in that time. My most memorable game with GeneX was when he sent for Yolanda and I while in college to play on the VI national team against St. Martin. At the time, there was a few players on the team that was not happy about that decision because they felt that because we were living off island that we shouldn't be allowed to play. GeneX stood up against the team and he said, "They are still part of our team." And I was asked to put a winning team together, and this is the winning team. It was a tough game. We won the game 1-0. I recall the pitcher, which was from St. Thomas at the time, saying to GeneX, "With this team you put here together, I could beat the world." GeneX always had our best interests at heart. He was passionate about coaching and took it very seriously, even if it meant making decisions that others wouldn't agree with. He was a resilient leader that was not afraid to take risks. Upon graduation of Lewisburg College, I was offered a full scholarship to play on the Winston-Salem University softball team. I contacted GeneX and my parents on this decision, which I wasn't comfortable with because they did not have an engineering program, which is what I wanted to be, a chemical engineering. After discussing with GeneX and my parents and had their support, I declined the offer. Keep in mind, GeneX is very passionate about sports. However, education was always first for him. I declined a scholarship because they did not have that discipline or the degree that I was seeking. Therefore, I attended Tuskegee University. At the time, Tuskegee University did not have a softball team. They had a baseball team. I talked with GeneX. I said, "GeneX, I still want to play ball because it's part of my structure, part of my everyday life. I would like to try out for this team. Do you think I can make it?" He said, "Absolutely." Anyway, I tried out for the team. I remember the first day stepping onto the field in a dress. I remember all the guys snickering and laughing. "Oh, there's a girl trying to try out for the team. Are you serious?" Unbeknownst to them, I was trained by the best coach, so I chuckled on the inside. The coach intentionally made the practice really hard. And I remember him snickering to someone else saying, "Oh, she's going to quit in the first 2 days." Unbeknownst to him, I was trained by GeneX. I took on the challenge. Nonetheless, I became the first player to play on the Tuskegee University men's baseball team, second base. The Throughout my childhood, college, and years well beyond, Genix and I developed an unbreakable bond. He was like a surrogate father to me and helped me to realize my ultimate potential. He also helped me with control and when to choose your battles. He was the additional support that was necessary in my life. I talked to Genix about anything and everything. I cannot account the times that I felt like giving up throughout my years of struggle. And one phone call with Genix changed it all. So that today, whenever I'm faced with a challenge, I close my eyes and I can hear his faint voice saying, Merlin, keep going and don't give up. Or when I'm not doing stuff right, he'll say, Marlon, don't let me learn your box, I say that a lot to myself and laugh. He continuously challenged me, motivate me, inspire me, and mentor me to remain grounded, always stay positive, focused, and driven. Genix was not just a softball coach. He was a great leader, a life coach with valuable lifelong lessons. Lifelong lessons and life skills, not something that you can learn in school. It's an experience. The teachings that Genix instilled in me is the solid foundation and the most pivotal part of which my life is continuously improving upon. I will say one of the reasons that I stand here before today, and again, it was because Genix believed in me as Dr. Merlin Theodore, with an associate in science, a bachelor's in chemical engineering, a master's in mechanical engineering, a PhD in material science engineering, a certified Lean Six Sigma black belt. And I'm right now today leading the only state-of-the-art carbon fiber technology facility in the US at the largest Science and Energy National Laboratory by size, which is owned by the Department of Energy. And I also hold a director of the Materials and Processing Technology area at the Institute of Advanced Composites and Manufacturing Innovation, as well as a joint appointment with the University of Tennessee. And I'm also a board member on the YWCA. That career where I am today started with the foundation that was built with the support of my parents and Genix on my side. And that is my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Theodore, for that riveting testimony. We will now proceed to Mr. Philpott. Mr. Vernon A. Philpott, kindly proceed with placing your testimony on the record.
Good morning, senators, distinguished guests, family, and friends. It's amazing. As I listen to the other testimonies, you will continue to hear similarities between my testimony and some of the testimonies that you have already heard. Today, I come before you to be a witness to the accomplishments and influence of Mr. Eugene Thomas, affectionately known as Genix. And I want to thank his wife and family for sharing so much of him with me and others throughout the community. Our lives are so much better and brighter because of his example, what I like to refer to as his impactful footsteps. It's incredible to me how interconnected we truly are. From the beginning, starting with my birth, I was led down a path to become more of who I was meant to be through my relationship with Genix. I was born and raised in Frederiksted, St. Croix. And as I grew to know myself, I realized that only two things gave me life: education and sports. I tried just about every sports available to me: cricket, baseball, running, football, basketball, and boxing. And though I earnestly tried them all, one thing remained obvious: my lack of athletic talent. Genix, however, continued to work with me, becoming more than a coach, but a mentor. And so I followed in his footsteps. I'm pretty sure I didn't follow him as a means for professional development. I just wanted to watch him work. I enjoyed how he gave back to others all he knew, and so much more than athleticism. I noted how Genix organized his Little League team and how he encouraged the girls on his softball team. At that time, I did not want to become a coach, but in following in Genix's footsteps, in observing his interaction with others and having him teach me the mechanics of different skills, the seed was planted. Since I struggled to attain peak performance, I would at least know how to enable excellence and recognize when someone else had achieved it. I followed in Genix's footsteps 9 years after graduating from high school. I started to contemplate how I could make a difference in my daughter's life and in my community. That seed that was planted over 20 years earlier was given an opportunity to bear fruit. In 1995, I became a volunteer coach at a park in Stone Mountain, Georgia, not because I was some great athlete, but because I was trained by a great man. I wanted to walk in the footsteps of a man that had been my idol, my mentor, my friend, because he supported me as I was becoming an advocate for myself. And now as a coach, I have led over 60 athletes, young women, that have gone on to sign Division I softball on full or partial scholarships. I have led and coached 3 national championship teams, one of them being the first all-Black national championship softball team. But most of all, I'm proud of the countless young girls who have never played softball beyond the rec league level, but whose lives I've influenced for the better because I followed in Genix's footsteps. I too became a positive male role model in their lives. In imitating my mentor, leading by example as a coach, my extended family is much larger than I could have ever imagined. Entire families refer to me as their uncle, and young women of great character refer to me as their dad, and mention my accomplishments as evidence of what happens when a man of value like Eugene Genix Thomas sacrificed to mentor a young barefoot boy walking around Frederiksted. Not only did I follow in his footsteps, but I was able to pay it forward. In closing, thank you, Genix, for acknowledging humanity's interconnectedness and in turn deciding to help raise me up along with other youths in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott, for that very telling story of a man who played such a vital role in the man that you are today. Next, I will recognize Pastor Mona Lisa Barnes to present your testimony on the bill. Kindly proceed, Pastor Barnes.
Good morning, Honorable Carla Joseph, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. Before I even continue, I too, as Senator VLA, did want to express my sincere condolences to the family of whom I affectionately know him as Uncle Roy. The only reason why I'm not at the funeral today is because I made the commitment to be here, but I truly want to thank God for the life that he lived and the impact he had on my life as well. So Uncle Roy, rest in peace. Today, it is my distinct honor and privilege to speak on behalf of Bill number 34-202, a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contributions to the Virgin Islands community as a baseball, softball, and life coach. Mr. Eugene Thomas, affectionately known as Genix, is a man that I call a legend. My first interaction with Mr. Thomas was at the tender age of 8, while playing softball at the Rudy Krieger softball field in Saint Farm. Shortly after the game, my mom came to me and said I would be playing for a new team, and I was introduced to Mr. Thomas and was told he would be my new coach. He was my coach, but quickly became a teacher, sometimes a father, other times an uncle, a big brother, confidant, and friend. As a young girl, I was not just taught the game, but he taught me the art of the sport. Genix had a way of making you or showing you ways that you could be better than you thought you were. I learned from him what it is to work hard. I learned from him what it means to do more than just participate, but to have purpose and drive behind whatever you do. Genix was often criticized for his desire to win, but winners don't just participate. They put in the work and get rewarded by winning. Genix was and still is a positive force in my life, as well as other Virgin Islanders. My most accomplished moment was our trip to Corning, New York, to compete in the Cinderella World Series. I was 12 years old, and upon arrival, we quickly realized that of the 23 teams, we were the only team of color. Genix came to me and said, "You think we could win?" Before I could answer, he said, "I know you can win because you're prepared." He said, "And they don't believe you can win because of your skin color." It did something to me, and I told my team members we would win. Genix had a way of getting in your head. What he said stayed in my mind every game we played during that tournament. We went on to win, but not just win the tournament. We received every award presented: champions, tournament queen, pitching champ, batting champ, most RBI champ, and the most valuable player of the Cinderella World Series. I don't know of any other team in any sport in this territory that has been able to accomplish what we accomplished during that tournament. Talking about my experience with him is not enough. Let me show you his dedication. In the summers, he would pick me up on his lunch break, and I used to live in Peters Rest, and he was coming from Public Works in Frederiksted. He would take me down to the Terrence Martin softball field. He will hit 200 balls to me from every position in the infield, bring me back home, and then come back and pick me up for practice with the team that evening. He saw something in me that I didn't see myself. And today, because of him, I can genuinely say that I have mastered the sport of softball. But it wasn't just on the field that he had an impact on my life. Any major decisions I made was always through his counsel and guidance, even up to deploying to Kuwait. He had never asked me for a dime for all that he did for me in my life. As I listened to Dr. Theodore, I must add as well, I too, when I went to Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, there was not a softball team. And I too went and I tried out for the men's baseball team. And like you said, Dr. Theodore, they laughed as well, but I was still able to make the team in the first cut, and I too played second base. Some days I believe he just sensed that I was having a bad day, and he would call and ask me how I was doing. He was more than just a coach. He became very concerned for my very being, even up to the time of his death. A couple weeks before his passing, he called me and he said, "You need to come and see me." I would go to the house and we would pretend that we were on the softball field. He was the pitcher and I was his catcher and umpire. He said the cancer cells have increased on one visit, but he said, "It's okay." I said to him, "It's okay because you have fought the fight and kept the faith. And I know there is a reward for you in heaven." Some people go through this life without fulfilling their purpose or destiny. Not Genix. He fulfilled purpose and destiny. I thank God for the contributions he made in my life and the lives of thousands of young people in this community. I say this without fear of contradiction. Eugene Thomas Genix was one of the best coaches in the Virgin Islands. Had I not met and interacted with Mr. Eugene Thomas, I truly believe the streets would have gotten a hold of me. But because of him seeing something that I couldn't see in myself at that tender age, I am here to say that he was and will always be a legend. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak on this great man God bless you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Barnes. Colleagues, we will proceed with one round of 3 minutes questioning. I'll start off with Senator Frankie Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And it's a great day here. Listening to the testifiers and seeing them get all emotional. They're trying to make me get emotional too, because I happen to be a product of Eugene Thomas myself. I never been on a ball field until I met Mr. Eugene Thomas myself. And I pitched softball, and I think I came pretty good at it. I travel and represent the Virgin Islands with a couple of all-star team, and because of that, I stayed within the ballpark. My family played ball all my life. I just didn't find the time until I met Mr. Thomas. And listening to the testifiers, Mr. Philpott, Ms. Barnes, and Ms. Theodore, I can say that Mr. Eugene Thomas definitely did left the world in a better place than he met it. Because everyone that spoke here today, including his son, who I know couldn't play ball much, but he tried, have accomplished well and did well with their life. And as I listen to you guys, you're so right. He wanted to win, but he was always a helping person, even with the team that he's playing against. I can recall seeing him coaching in third base, and sometime a child might have did something wrong, and he would tell them what they did wrong. Yeah. You know, he was a competitor, but at the same time, he wanted the person that he's competing against, especially here in the Virgin Islands, to get it right too. So he wasn't one of those persons that just wanted to win and see the next child doing something wrong and didn't try to tell them what they needed to do to get it right, even against him. So I must say that it's been a privilege being able to meet Mr. Eugene Thomas. And I hear everybody talk about a lot of horses and different things, but he also loved dogs. And he taught me so much about dogs when I first started having a dog. He started teaching me how to train the dog, what to do, and it was amazing some of the techniques that he have with a dog. If Genix hold your dog, trust me, that dog will know Genix for the rest of his life. I don't care what you do. He had a technique, something he did that I kept inside till I could do the same thing to your dog too. It's a technique that you will never believe. And I'm going to keep that one to myself for those who don't know it. But I'll take your puppy up. And once I hold your puppy, I could only see that puppy for 10 years. I guarantee you when that puppy see me again, he's going to come to me. I don't care how bad he is. But those are some of the techniques and things that Genix, really knew well and did well. And I will start out with his son. Tell me one of your most memorable moments with your father on the ball field, because I know you couldn't play much ball. So tell me one of your memorable moments with your dad. Eugene.
I would say one of the most memorable moments was when I made the All-Star team in Little League, and we were leaving for Puerto Rico. We went down to Puerto Rico to play ball, and he always told me that you have it in you to do the best that you can, and went down and played a great game. We didn't win the championship or the tournament, but ended up playing pretty good. So I have to say that was the height of my Little League career, making the All-Star team and having my dad as the coach to travel with. So I think he was tougher on me than everybody else, but in listening to all his other athletes, I think he was tough on everyone.
Everyone. Nobody get a break with Genix. I want to go run 9 laps. That was the one thing I didn't like. You're going to run laps on a mess up. Give me 2 laps. And I'm glad to hear this, because what this all boiled down for me today is what sports can do for our children. Once we have a coach that is dedicated to not just teaching them, but being a part of their life and directing them, and that, that camaraderie of children and competition, there's no boundary as to where we can go. So, I want to say, thank you to the Thomas family for giving the Virgin Islands Mr. Eugene Thomas, because he definitely left this wall in a better place. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. The chair will now recognize Senator Frances Heiliger for her 3 minutes. Senator Heiliger, you may proceed with your 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say good day to the people of the territory, to my colleagues, as well as the testifiers here today. I can honestly say, just listening to the testimony of everyone that has come forward to really express about Mr. Thomas, a couple of times my eyes almost welled up, because I'm here listening to how passionate everyone spoke about what he meant to each and every one of them, and the actions that he took and how it altered their lives in so many ways. And it's a beautiful thing when you have people in our territory, you have residents that put forward so much of themselves to have such an impact on the people in the Virgin Islands, and they move on to do great things and become productive part of our society. And as I listened to Mr. Thomas speak about his father, and I Pastor Barnes speak about all the things that she did from a child up until even through college, and the Cinderella tournament and all of these things, I said, wow, you would have never known a lot of things that people have been doing and how impactful they are in people's lives. Sometimes we come to the legislature and we have these resolutions and we have these things to really just honor people, but it's when you get the opportunity to hear how they have changed the lives of people, that's when you really start to appreciate what Virgin Islanders really are. So I want to ask quickly, Mr. Thomas, when you were speaking about all the things that your father loved, even with horse racing, you spoke about, the Congo drums. Tell us a little bit more about the musical side of him.
But he definitely came from a musical family. The Thomas family has a strong musical background.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was from the time I was young, he loved salsa music, so I would always hear him playing the conga drums, and he was a percussionist. That's how good he was. And I know I have listening family members, and the Vibratone band. I was speaking to someone last week. It was an older lady, and she was talking about the Vibratone band, and she wished she had some of that music to listen to, because she and her husband used to go to these dances, which my uncles.
Oh, his audio cut out.
Mr. Thomas, your audio is gone once again. You stopped at my uncle.
Yeah, my uncle Edwin and my uncle Scipio were the ones that I guess started the Vibratone band, and so music is deeply embedded in the Thomas family.
Okay.
I have my cousin Mario Thomas that's also a music teacher, but my dad he loved playing the drums. He loved playing the Congo drums, and he loved the salsa beat. I know
Excellent.
he and my uncle Scipio would sit and actually.
Thank you so much for sharing that. My time has been called, so I see the chairwoman staring at me. So I am going to say thank you for the opportunity, and I will continue to listen as we speak about all the great things that Mr. Thomas has done, not only as a person, but on behalf of the people of this territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I do run a little tight ship here because we also have staff members who are here and they have obligation. We have a really lengthy agenda today. Senator Marvin A. Blighted, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the viewing listening audiences, staff, central staff. And most of all, good morning to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. All of your testimonies were inspiring, and I really appreciate the history and the knowledge you have told us in respect to Bill number 34-0202, honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas. Based on the testimonies, I must say I'm really honored to be here to listen to what Genix have done and the impact he made in so many lives, especially young people. You know, based on the testimonies, you know, some said he was a mentor, a leader, a life coach, a dancer, a historian, a great man in his own right, a positive role model. He challenged those individuals to push forward and go above what they thought they could do. And he gives back to many in the community in many ways. And he always pushed them to achieve excellence. That's what I heard with the different testimonies. And that's a great man in my opinion. And most of all, he have paid it forward, and those individuals have paid it forward and reached back and helped others because of the impact he have made in your lives. And that says a lot to who is a great Virgin Islander, a brother, a friend, a confidant. I also heard that with the testimonies. Let me ask, in terms of Mr. Genix, let me ask Dr. Theodore, because you have went on to in another field and not only sports. You spoke a little bit about exactly the impact in terms of what he meant in order for you to accomplish what you have accomplished in addition to your parents. Can you speak a little bit more about that for me, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I have my parents were very supportive, but at the time they work a lot, right? They're not parents that are into sports or what have you. And I must say I was a challenging child. Okay, this is why I was introduced to Genix. He was a disciplinarian. Okay, he see the good in you. You know, as a child that needs help as far as disciplinary, people always look at you in a bad way. He did not do that. He saw the best in me, and he helped me to channel that anger that I had in different ways and in positive ways. Even today, he taught me how to choose my battles and control myself. And this is why I kept in touch with him over the years, as well as he kept in touch with me, because the relationship is not just one way, it is two-way, okay? Genix reached out, and I must admit, much more to me than I did to him. Even till his final days, he reached out and he keep in touch. So he gave that time, and he's so humble. You know, he even when Genix himself had problems, he was not focused on him. He always wanted the best of us. And I mentioned he had a way of pairing us with other kids to help each other's strengths and weaknesses. He just had a skill at doing that so that together we're all better.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can I just conclude, please?
You may proceed, Senator Bryden.
And in closing, I must say, Mr. Thomas don't mind Senator Johnson because apparently he made the All-Star team, so he must be good enough. And finally, finally, Pastor Barnes, I'm happy that you listened to those words of encouragement and you all went on to win the game and won many other awards. And I want to thank all of you again for your testimony, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. I do have some questions to ask the testifiers. I really listened. I really listened to a lot of what was said and placed on a record. I read with great interest, and I must say, great Virgin Islands pride. All that this great man has done for our people, the people of our soil, for young people, older people, played instrument. He was a family man, and it speaks volumes that we here in the Virgin Islands, I would say always, we export two things. We export rum, and we also export talented, intelligent individuals. We do a great job with nurturing and assuring that everything that our young people need is there, and they have that extension of family. Now, I wanted to ask Mr. Thomas this question, because you're his son. How did it feel, knowing, I'm sure your home was inundated with a lot of young people all the time. How did you and your siblings interact with that? Because you have a father, he's engaged with so many young people and other persons. Did you at any time in your upbringing feel a bit neglected, or you weren't at the forefront of your father's attention and love?
I'll say I grew up with my dad in the same house until the age of six years old. But I can say at sometimes, I felt like I was sharing him with a wall. But as a grown up, I have learned that he had a calling. My dad had a calling. This doesn't happen by, happenstance. I think he had a calling to be there and be a mentor and be, a parent to those individuals who may have been lacking thereof. So I have to say, a lot of my accomplishments was him being tough on me, and that discipline that I was able to gain from what I learned from him to put it into my career and to become the best that I have become in my career. So I have to say, when I was younger, I thought I was sharing him with the world, but now that I'm grown, I can look back and see that it was more of a calling from God for him to be in others' lives.
Thank you so much. Now, to all four testifiers, in your testimony, you mentioned about the mentorship. Mentorship is a big issue for me. I know that I wouldn't be the person that I am today, and many of us who are in these chambers, whether you're a senator or a staff member, or even our viewing and listening audience, we had mentors, great human beings who sacrificed a lot for us to be able to achieve. And by extension, we are part of their legacy. Now, when somebody mentors and tosses you that baton, you're supposed to, just like in a relay race, you're supposed to be able to catch it and also be able to carry it on to others. I will ask each of you, beginning with Pastor Mona Barnes, are you also passing on that legacy, that great coaching, that life coaching that you received under the tutelage of Mr. Thomas?
Well, I would definitely say yes. I taught elementary school for 12 years, and in the 12 years that I taught, I had 4 teams: basketball, boys and girls, and softball, boys and girls. And the things that I learned from GNX, I definitely did that. But I would say that it is more of my time now as being a pastor, that a lot of the things that GNX taught me at a young age, I now use as a minister. And one of the things I would, if you just allow me, I used to play shortstop, and anybody that knows the sport knows that's the position to play. One day, Genius came to me and he told me, I'm going to transition you to being the catcher. And when he said it, my heart sunk, because, you think of a catcher and you say most people, that's the position when they can't really play. But Genius sat me down and he showed me truly that catching is the most important position. He said it's not a position that everybody like, but he says you get to control the pitcher, you get to control the person that's coming to bat. And he told me, I remember this, I was probably about 14, and he said, Mona, I'm putting you in this position because the person that's pitching, nobody else can catch her. But I'm putting you here because I want you to see the whole game, the art of the sport. And that stayed with me, and he said, sometimes the position that people don't look at becomes the most important, but they just don't know it. And when I could repeat that every day of my life, because it is, as a minister now, we look at people and they look good and they sound good, but God moves in the stillness of a person, of their heart. I think Genix has taught me that, to just love people. One of my sayings in ministry is love people where they are. And I think I recognize it as an adult that was something that Genix taught me from a young age, because even at 13, I was on the national team. And he just always showed me that I was better than I was. He just truly believed in me as a person. Like Miss Theodore, I had my issues growing up as well and challenges. But Genix, he stuck with me till death. I've known the man more than 50 years of my life and invested 50 years just not knowing and saying hello. So I think, like I said earlier in my testimony, Genix is truly a part of who I've become today.
Thank you so much, Pastor Barnes. Mr. Philpott, you, and then we will go on to, and be quite succinct, we'll go on to Dr. Theodore.
I have to definitely say yes. Again, my current role is as a director for one of the largest insurance companies in the United States. I manage 6 development team that write medical software. So as part of giving back to my community and following into my mentor's footsteps, I coach softball. So that's what I do in my off time to give back to my community, to pay it forward. I can say that today there's currently, as we speak, at least 12 girls currently playing softball on scholarship at different universities. Alcorn, Tuskegee. There's about 6 or 7 different colleges that currently young ladies are playing softball because of me attempting to follow in Genix's footsteps and paying it forward. I continue to do that. As a matter of fact, as I listened to his son read his background, it sounded like my life was following in that exact same footsteps.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philpott. On the screen, we have you incorrectly labeled as Merlin Theodore, but Merlin Theodore will be speaking next. Thank you kindly, Mr. Philpott. Dr. Theodore, could you also answer the same question? Let me know if you need me to repeat it.
Okay, I'm going to make mine real short and quick and give you 2 examples. I try to be the Genix in the younger generation's life today. I currently, with my best friend Denise Cromwell, we have the Cromwell Scholarship, where we take our personal money and provide book scholarships to students from the 3 islands. It is an application process, but we go beyond that. Beyond offering a book scholarship to college, we also pair that student with a mentor who have been in the same field of study, and we mentor that student all the way through. My first mentor, Alina Baltimore from St. Croix, is now graduating from North Carolina A&T. So I'm not just a coach to her, but also a mentor and a friend and I helped her along the way throughout her college years and even beyond. As a matter of fact, just last week, I left Minneapolis with her, trying to help her to find her new place because she now have a job as a process engineer. So super excited about that. The only thing I ask of her is also give in return and do the same for another student. The other example is in my current role, I develop a memorandum of understanding with historically Black colleges and universities and use that as a pipeline for developing the new engineers from minority serving institutes. And this is how I give back today.
Now, Dr. Theodore, you opened a little gate because you said you developed memorandums of understanding, MOU, with historically Black college. I hope our university here, which is my alma mater, and I'm proud alumna of the University of the Virgin Islands, is on your radar, because we are also, remember this is homegrown, we are also a historically Black college. So are you in the process of reaching out? And if you need my support, I love hearing this, I am here, we are here, not only I, we.
I have a list, let's keep in touch.
Thank you kindly. I want to say something that is critical here. It's definitely biblical. You train up a child in the way it should go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it. That's a testament of this gentleman. And also, you never grow weary of doing good. Always press on regardless. Colleagues, I want to also recognize the sponsor, Senator Vialet. You may proceed as the sponsor of this legislation, and I really want to commend you for bringing him to our attention and all his good works to our attention. Senator Vialet, kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Dr. Theodore, congratulations. I read your educational accomplishments and just smiled and was just so happy when I read what you have been able to accomplish. Getting a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering is hard. It's not an easy field. It's quite challenging. And then you went on to get a master's degree and then a Doctor of Philosophy degree. So you have made the Virgin Islands very, very proud, and I just want to congratulate you. I'm here and I listen to the testimonies, and I'm here talking to Senator Johnson, or we know him as Frankie, and I was just saying, who do we have that's going to replace a GenX? Who do we have that's going to dedicate their life to a particular sport and mentoring children? And a lot of times, that is a problem that we now have in the Virgin Islands, in which we don't have individuals that dedicate themselves to a particular task and continue. You know, we have had a number of individuals that coach when the children are playing, but as soon as the children are finished, they move on.
Yeah.
But GenX wasn't one of those individuals. He stayed with the sports probably into his 70s. I'm trying to remember exactly how old he was when he died, but I know up to 2013, 14, and past that, he has been coaching. You know, so you gotta commend him. And you also look at and begin to think as to what have we become as a Virgin Islands. You hear about the competitive nature of GenX, the tough love. And I witnessed the tough love when he was coaching or helping to coach Arthur Richards junior high school. And he was on those girls. He didn't give them a break. And at one point as a principal, I was like, whoa, give them a break. They're learning. And he was like, no. They need to learn. And do our children need that? Yeah. They really do need that.
Oh, yeah.
And we need parents to allow for the children to have tough love. Because a lot of time when we baby them, when we make excuses, when we don't have that competitive nature, when you don't want anybody to talk to them, you lose that edge. You lose that ability to move to the next level. So I hope that this resolution can inspire some Virgin Islanders to give back and to give back for longer periods of time so that we can move the Virgin Islands forward. Back in the 80s, Little League used to have 10, 12 teams. Matter of fact, there were so many teams that there was a central division at Machuchal. There was East, West, and Central. Yeah. And now we could barely have a league in East, or we could barely have a league in West. That we have to run a combined league. It shows you that we're not giving back. And when you read the list of names in this biography, there's almost 100 individuals there that went through GNX that are mentioned. We got to give back. Some are, I read the list. A number of them I know as former students at Complex, and some are giving back in the regular leagues. But we have to do a better job. And if we do a better job, we're going to create more Aaliyah Bostons. We're going to create more Michelle Smith.
Time.
And we're going to create more individuals that represent this small island to a different level. Because those individuals have shown you the potential. Mona trying out for a men team. Well, Mona was a ferocious basketball player, so she's not even talking about that. Theodore making the men's team because she went to a university that she wanted to major in a particular area. That shows you the ability that we have as Virgin Islanders. And we can't lose it. We can't allow anybody to ever make us forget the potential that lies within this Virgin Islands. It is just our ability to nurture it and move it to the next level. So I want to congratulate the family of Mr. Thomas for this resolution that I'm offering today. And I want to say that the family is strong, because the year that GNX died, he was the third of brothers that died in a particular year. Yep. So hats off to the entire family circle, and colleagues, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Ville. We will vote on all of these resolutions later down in the committee meeting. At this time, I would like to ask each of the testifiers to be able to place on the record 30 seconds wrap up. We'll start again. One moment, somebody, their mic is on. Can you mute the mic? One moment, somebody, their mic is on. Okay, so if we could just start with Mr. Thomas, if you could offer your 30 seconds wrap up, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I'd like to wrap up by saying I am extremely proud of the accomplishments of my dad, Eugene GNX Thomas. I have learned so much about a lot of the athletes that he was a mentor and a surrogate parent to, since in my adulthood. I know that what I have accomplished in my career, I definitely accomplished a lot in my career because of the discipline that I had from playing sports. And I too, look forward to giving back, when I am retired in the next few, I'm not going to say exactly when, but getting ready to retire. And I hope that he's proud of the man that I have become and the accomplishments that I have made in my career, and also in giving back by teaching in the Golden Grove Correctional Institution and having at least 38 men get their GED as a result of my teachings and the programs that I led when I was a correction officer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Dr. Merlin Theodore, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
In my 30 seconds, I would like to say that the life teachings that I've learned from GNX, and I could see with the other individuals on the call, but I'm sure that's the same case with everybody as well. It resonates through us. I heard Vernon, I heard Mona testimony on what we're doing today to give back. Again, he sets a foundation for the children to do better, and we need more like that in the community so that we can get a control on what's happening today. I want to mention again, Genix was not just a softball coach, but a great leader and a great life coach. And I am only one of the examples. As Senator Villain mentioned, there's hundreds, and I would love to hear their story. Genix is very well still alive. I know that today, and I know that he still looks over us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Theodore. Mr. Vernon Philpott, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you. I'd like to also say I am so proud to be able to testify on before you on behalf of Genix. He's been a complete, total influence in my life. If it wasn't for his influence, many did not know of his mentorship of me until an article was published back in August 1st of 2019, because he did not look for accolades. He just did what he did on the side. And so for all the years that he's mentored me and guided me, no one knew. And so until that article. And so today I continue to try to pay it forward to say, thank you for lifting up, again, a barefoot boy walk around Frederickstead, that today I can say I'm paying it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philpott. Ms. Mona Lisa Barnes, Pastor Barnes, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. I want to first say this is my second time in this chamber. And I want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands, this is our time. I think the foundation has been laid from men like Genix. And if it had not been for him, I wouldn't be sitting here. I know that for a fact. But it's our time. I want to close by saying, he never said it to me, but this is what he meant. Love people where they are until God get them to where he wants them to be. And that's what he did for me. I loved the man because he took time for me. I thank God for the opportunity to be here today. And I salute him in that, because he truly made an impact in this territory, in the life and the time that he was with us on earth. And I thank God that he is going to be recognized for his contribution. Thank you so very much.
And thank you as well, Pastor Barnes. I will now excuse all of the testifiers, and we will be moving into the second block of testimonies this morning. We will stand in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 2 on the agenda.
The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill Number 34-020201, a resolution honoring and commending Kermit Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Viale. The invited testifiers are Ms. Lisa Terry, Capacity Coordinator at the Nature Conservancy, Mr. Nicholas Doradine, Marine Biology student at the University of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Jennifer Nugent Hill, Director of the Governmental Community and Community Affairs, Mr. Samuel Gittins, Coral Disease Treatment Specialist at the University of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Roy A. Watlington, Retired Professor at the University of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Shamika Williams, PhD, Chief of Staff, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Dr. Krista Sherman, Senior Scientist, Perry Institute for Marine Science. Dr. Williams Coles, Chief of Environmental Education, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Senator Kirk A. Violet, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Kind of didn't plan for it to work out this way today, but it did. Mr. Kemet Aman Lewis is actually the nephew of Genix. They're all family. I think it's nephew. They're related because I was connecting the dots, and I'm like, yes, this is Genix. I think great nephew. So it's kind of amazing that we're offering resolution today for both of those individuals. Kemet Lewis was born in St. Croix in 1983 and graduated from St. Croix Central High School in 2000. He has a bachelor's and a master's degree in marine science from Savannah State University. What really got me interested in this young man was when my daughter was an instructor. I think it was her first year of college, and she was an instructor at the Math Environmental Science Academy, MESA, that was held at the St. Croix Educational Complex on a annual basis. And she was in charge of a group of like 15 students, and she came home one day and she said, hey, Daddy, I just met this cool guy. He scuba dives, and she got her scuba certificate also. And she said, he's doing coral restoration. And I said, really, coral restoration? How? Explain that to me. And her, along with the students, were making these little small, like a concrete cubicle in which they embedded the coral, and then they went out and planted the coral to regenerate coral reefs that were dying. And I was like, well, who's this guy? Is he from the mainland? And then to find out that it was a local Virgin Islander that was actually leading research into the regeneration of coral reef across the Caribbean. And they actually did plant the coral reef. I was telling them, which beach was it? Was it Turquoise Bay? I know they did some there. Was it Cheney or Cane Bay? But they actually planted the reef. And then they went back and checked it 2 years, to see whether or not it was actually living. And a part of this research that Kemet Lewis have partaken in has spread to other islands. And a lot of different jurisdictions are now using the research and technology that he helped to develop to restore coral reef. And how important is that? Very important to the Caribbean as a whole. And without coral reef, we don't have our fisheries and everything else that we need to sustain the way of life that we enjoy. So from then I was very intrigued, and at one point I think he worked with the Nature Conservancy, he worked on the DPNR. He did a lot of work. And then you fast forward, and he had a life-changing experience in which he had a medical condition that he literally beat, and he has bounced back, and Kemet Lewis is now conducting research with a prosthesis and a fin connected to the prosthesis, and his arms were severely damaged, and he's still diving, despite the fact that he literally lost his arms and his leg. And he's still diving, researching, and doing everything else. So along with his intellectual capacity, he's a great inspiration for being able to beat the odds and never losing hope, never losing sight. There's a picture in the package, and you can see him with his prosthesis diving the reefs of the Bahamas, right above a shark. And he's a Virgin Islander. So we need to use him as an inspiration. We need to use him as motivation. And we want to thank him for being one of the Virgin Islanders that's in the field of marine science. We can't complain if we don't step up to the plate and do the job. Everybody else will come and do the research and leave with it. He's a Virgin Islander that has done wonderful research, and maybe he's going to be one of the reasons why coral reefs will continue to live in different ecosystems. So today I'm very, very happy to be able to offer this resolution to Kemet Aman Lewis for his research and all the work he have done in the field of marine science and all the work he have done with coral restoration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you also, Senator Ville. Before we proceed with recognizing the testifiers, I want to take the opportunity to recognize committee member Javon James Sr. Senator James, good to have you. I'm glad that you are here and present with us today. Well, now we're going to proceed with the testifiers. We have several testifiers a couple of testifiers who are not going to be here today, but they did send in their testimonies, and those testimonies will be read into the record by our clerk. But I see we have several of them online, and what we would like to do is first cue you up. Please put on your cameras as I call your name, and keep your cameras on. I'll start with first Mr. Roy A. Watlington. I saw a retired professor. I saw that you were there. Professor Watlington? Okay.
Chairperson, I'm here.
Okay, great. And then I believe I see Ms. Jennifer Nugent Hill. Are you present?
Yes, I am on St. Croix.
Okay, you're in St. Croix. Very good. You're present in the conference room. Mr. Samuel Gittins. Okay, I don't see Mr. Gittins. Mr. Nicholas Dorgadine. Dr. Krista Sherman. No. Dr. William Coles. I think I see Dr. William Coles there.
Hello, this is Dr. Coles.
Okay. Dr. Coles, will you be able to do any visuals today?
I just turned the camera on, so it's coming up.
Okay, great.
I hope.
And I believe we have Ms. Lisa Terry. Her testimony will be read into the record as well. There we go, Dr. Coles. We can see you clearly. And Ms. Shamika Williams, PhD, her testimony, I understand from staff, will be also read into the record. So what I will do as far as procedural is concerned and the order, I will have Professor Watlington, you will start off, then we will follow up with Dr. Coles, and then proceed to Ms. Jennifer Nugent Hill, who is in person in the conference room, and then the other testimonies that we have available will be read into the record. Professor Watlington, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and good morning. Good morning, Madam Chairperson, to you and to members of the Government Operations and Consumer Protection Committee. Greetings also to the senators, staff, and to everyone present at this session as well as to those who are participating remotely. My name is Roy Watlington, resident and native of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I'm pleased to offer this testimony in support of Bill number 34-0201, which would honor and commend Kemet Aman Lewis, and I quote, for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry and to the people of the Virgin Islands. My familiarity with the person and the accomplishments of Kemet Amon Lewis began when I was a professor at the University of the Virgin Islands and had the pleasure at that time of attending a seminar for scientists, marine science majors, and the general public. Mr. Lewis was the guest presenter. And I had the privilege of witnessing one of the best invited scientific lectures that I have ever attended in that very critical forum. Still yet a graduate student at the time, he had represented the Virgin Islands extremely well. After graduate school, while he was employed at UVI's Marine Science Service, with his office next door to mine, I came to be aware of and appreciate his understanding of the marine circumstances and needs of the Virgin Islands as he saw them. In this position, he reached out to practitioners in marine industries, including fishers, dive shops, and other providers of marine recreation, to government decision makers, the cruise ship industry, and others, and reaching out to them to forge collaborative links between them and the locally focused scientific community. In all of the positions he has held, Kemet Amon Lewis has stood out as a competent scientist who advocates sustainable marine enterprise that is mutually supportive of a healthy marine environment. For example, among his accomplishments recognized in Bill 34-0201 is the Reef Responsible Sustainable Seafood Initiative, which he developed while at a Nature Conservancy to bring fishers, chefs, restaurateurs, and consumers together to establish a sustainable seafood industry of Virgin Islands coral reefs and marine ecosystems. As another example, he is and has been for the past several years the chairperson of the board of directors of OCOVI, which is Ocean and Coastal Observing Virgin Islands Incorporated. This nonprofit corporation recruits external funding to play leading roles in maintaining several observational platforms, such as weather stations and the only major ocean buoy in Virgin Islands waters. Its services have facilitated the National Weather Service, emergency managers, other government agencies, and the private sector, including TV's Weather Channel, and helping them in anticipating and tracking tropical storms. The organization also promotes citizen awareness and workforce development in marine-related fields. Many of its contributions have been provided under Mr. Lewis's leadership as chair. These are trying times that we experience today in the world, in the United States, and in the US Virgin Islands. People are reaching out. They need encouragement and inspiration. They need to see examples of positivity, enterprise, collaboration, and success. After suffering a near-death health calamity, the magnitude of which could easily incapacitate most people permanently, Kemet Amon has recovered, accommodated his new circumstances, and returned to his productive career. Presently working as development director of the Perry Institute for Marine Science, which is a nonprofit marine research and conservation organization, he can be seen, as mentioned, in a photograph, in full scuba gear, swimming past sharks at work in the Bahamas. He has also returned to the chairpersonship of OCOVI and is once again playing tennis and pickleball. And still a very young man, he continues to represent a beacon of hope for our island's future. In acknowledging and honoring Kemet Amon Lewis through this bill, the 34th legislature would also be reassuring our community that the aspirations and the welfare of the people of the Virgin Islands are in the good hands of many of its young professionals, such as Mr. Lewis. I enthusiastically support its passage. I wish to thank Senator Kurt A. Vele for sponsoring Bill number 340201, and am further grateful to those who co-sponsor it, as well as to the committee for considering it. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for allowing me to testify.
And thank you so much, Professor Watlington, for that riveting testimony. Dr. William Cole, you are recognized to present your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And welcome to everyone who is listening and participating in this. Senators, I'm writing in support of Bill number 340201, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis. I have known Mr. Lewis since he graduated from Central High School and have worked with him on many of his projects. I'm very impressed with his knowledge in the science and cultural implications of conservation efforts. We've spent many, many hours together searching for, catching, measuring, sampling sea turtles for his master's thesis and for our own DPNR research projects. Mr. Lewis has always been ready to collect more information to assess the status of our natural resources, and then takes that information and presents it to our local students, encouraging them to be interested in our local environmental issues. Our discussions, we've had many discussions about the implications and public involvement in conservation and environmental issues. And it has caused us to reformat our message to one of responsible resource use. How do you responsibly use a coral, a fish, a sea turtle, and algae? We recognize the implied negativity of the term conservation and instead focus on the cultural implications of the loss of the resource. Either by a law, the resource is no longer legally available for use, or by the over-exploitation, the resource is gone. We recognize the importance of the local cultural values of resources so that we can collectively ensure the long-term survival of the resource. The Reef Responsible Sustainable Seafood Initiative and the Leave Paradise in Its Place programs thrived with input and guidance from Mr. Lewis, both of which emphasized individuals being responsible resource users. Mr. Lewis's ability to modify and mold our local environmental tools to achieve similar goals and outcomes in not only the Virgin Islands, but other countries, cultures, and environments is very impressive. He has not only made a big difference here in the USVI, but also in many other locations around the world. In conclusion, I cannot think of any other Virgin Islander more deserving of this recognition than Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coles. We have several, as I mentioned, testimonies to be read in the record. We'll start off first and have Madam Clerk read into the record Mr. Nicholas Doradine's testimony. He's a marine biology student at the University of the Virgin Islands.
To whom it may concern. Representation is important. It can inspire, empower, and it can be called to action for both individuals and groups among the world. Kemet Amon Lewis is the person who inspired me to pursue my dreams of becoming a marine biologist and showed me what a marine biologist could look like me. Prior to meeting Kemet, my marine biology teacher in high school would often speak of a local marine biologist who has traveled the world educating others and making significant changes in the world of marine science. In my senior year of high school, I met Kemet while starting an internship called Stewards of the Reef. Kemet was one of my 3 mentors who in a matter of few weeks taught me skills and lessons that would aid me in years to come. Skills such as coral species identification, fish identification, the basic of diving physics, and how to scuba dive. During the internship, myself and 5 interns would listen intently as Kemet spoke of how dependent our community is on our coral reefs and how we must take pride in our waters and in our homes. We noticed how patient and kind he was with us, even when we were having difficulty in understanding a subject material. Kemet would go above and beyond for us, finding creative ways to learn the material. A fond memory of mine was when Kemet offered a prize to whoever was able to correctly pronounce the specific name for a coral species he had previously mentioned. I remember how we were all amongst ourselves trying to figure out how to pronounce the name, how we were all talking amongst ourselves to figure out how to pronounce the name and coming up with ridiculous sounding pronunciations, laughing with each other and all the ideas we came up with. After the lecture, we all paid attention to every scientific name he said after that. It's been 6 years since that internship, and to this day, I keep in contact with Kemet. He continues to be an inspiration to myself and so many others around him. He has truly impacted my life in a positive way, and I am forever grateful for that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now have read into the record the written testimony from Ms. Lisa Terry, Capacity Coordinator at the Nature Conservancy.
Dear Ms. Joseph, I regrettably will not be able to attend the committee meeting on April 20th and would therefore like to enter the following testimony supporting Bill number 34-0201, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands. My name is Lisa Terry, and I have been living in St. Croix for 12 years, and for 6 of those years, I had the honor of working with Kemet Amon Lewis at the Nature Conservancy located in Little Princess. It is Kemet who hired me back in 2011 when he was the coral manager for the Caribbean program. Back then, Kemet was leading one of the first coral restoration projects in the Caribbean. He built and ran coral nurseries on St. Croix and St. Thomas. I was hired to help with this coral restoration program. Kemet was my supervisor and proved to be an incredibly valuable mentor and remains so even today. Kemet was not just a caring boss, but he made me feel seen and included and as if I mattered. We were a small team and there was always way too much to do, and I always felt like Kemet was working with us, not just supervising. I have spent countless hours with him underwater, working in nurseries, surveying reefs, planting corals, and while he was dependable, capable, and hardworking, he was also just having a great time, and despite being so deep into his work, he was still giddy to see an octopus put on a show while we were working. On days where work was hard or weather was rough, Kemet still exuded joy. Kemet was also always very aware of the big picture. He knew that restoring coral reefs was a bigger effort than just planting corals. He started multiple other reef resilience initiatives, including disturbance response efforts, work on coral bleaching, support for marine parks, education and outreach, and sustainable seafood. Kemet, along with other key partners, started the Reef Responsible Sustainable Seafood Campaign, which is still in use today. Kemet is great at bringing people together to achieve a goal. His experience in the marine science community and his ability to see people means he's great at pulling together a team and reaching out for support. In addition to his work in coral restoration, Kemet also led the sea turtle monitoring at Jack, Isaac, and East End Bays. Every year, he would put in countless night shifts to monitor the nesting populations of green, hawksbill, and leatherback turtles. He would train technicians, volunteers, and interns. And manage the data collection process. He worked with other turtle experts around St. Croix as a part of the St. Croix Turtle Assist and Rescue team, rescuing and helping injured turtles. Kemet fostered important relationships with universities to bring researchers to St. Croix to gain additional information about our turtle population. Aside from the thousands of corals physically planted by Kemet and the turtles tracked and monitored, I think one of the biggest contributions to the marine science has been his ability to speak to audiences about nature and educate and inspire. I have seen Kemet do this in a very technical sense when giving trainings to other partners around the Caribbean on the inner workings of coral restoration, or showing exactly how to measure and tag a nesting sea turtle, or presenting on a paper detailing the growth rates of nursery-grown corals. I have also seen him speak in a less technical but still informative sense through dozens and dozens of community presentations and as a mentor of various student programs, most of which were all on his own time. Kemet rarely said no when asked to speak or asked to help with a summer camp. He was surely a powerful force speaking to both Virgin Islanders and tourists alike. Outside of the VI, Kemet was also making an impact. He coordinated planning and helped write manuals for coral restoration across the Caribbean and globally. Kemet led trainings in Cuba, Grenada, and the Bahamas, and even as far as China. He proudly represented the USVI every step of the way. Kemet put the USVI on the map in the world of coral restoration and resilience. I think that one of the biggest testaments to Kemet's contributions to the marine science world is the amount of hours he put into projects, presentations, and events that were outside of his work hours. There are many people who work in marine biology, but I think what sets Kemet apart is that he truly lives out marine conversations inside and outside his job. Projects might start during his 9 to 5 hours, but he will surely be out on the weekend and in the evenings, taking students diving or talking to restaurants about sustainable seafood, or walking down a beach at 3 a.m. to document turtle nesting activity. Even now, many years later, while living in a different state, Kemet is still working to help start back up a marine science program for VI students. I believe I am the marine scientist I am today because of mentorship from Kemet. I am grateful that he hired me 10 plus years ago and grateful to still call him a friend today. I am proud of the work we were able to accomplish during his time with the Nature Conservancy and can't wait to see what the future brings for Kemet and marine science in the USVI. Lisa Terry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will proceed with having another testimony read into the record. This testimony is from Mr. Samuel Gittins, the Coral Disease Treatment Specialist at the University of the Virgin Islands.
My name is Samuel Gittins Jr. I first met Mr. Kemet Lewis in December 2006 after I got accepted into the Stewards of Reef program. This program was designed for high school students to bring awareness towards protecting and managing coral reefs and similar ecosystems while creating alliances with community-based organizations and agencies. Mr. Lewis was the instructor for the program. During this time, he taught us the importance of coral reefs and how to protect and restore them. We had privilege of earning scuba diving certifications, which allowed us to scuba dive and plant corals at Cane Bay. Mr. Kemet Lewis is an amazing individual. We shared the common interest of loving the ocean and its inhabitants. He is a great mentor who is approachable and is always a phone call away. He is dependable and inspiring to me and others. and I knew after completing the program, I was making the right decision in joining Mr. Lewis in becoming a marine biologist. He is so passionate about protecting our coral reefs and dedicated to educating others about the ocean. Since that program, I stayed in touch with Mr. Lewis and kept him updated on my many accomplishments and sought his advice. I did follow in his footsteps and received my Bachelor of Marine Biology, and now treating corals with the University of the Virgin Islands and St. John National Park Services. Thank you to my mentor and my friend, as I am heading in the right direction in restoring and protecting our beautiful marine life. Thank you, Samuel Gittins, Jr.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed with the next reading, we need to take an opportunity to change our stenographers. The Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection is hereby placed back on the order. We were at the point where we were going to get the testimony from Ms. Shamika Williams, PhD, Chief of Staff for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, read into the record. Kindly proceed with reading that testimony into the record, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, Bill Sponsor, Honorable Claude Vialet, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, the listening and viewing audiences, and Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. I am Dr. Shamika Williams, an educator for over 20 years with the Virgin Islands Department of Education. To say that I am pleased to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0201 is an understatement. The resolution to honor and commend Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands is well-deserved and right on time. Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis is the epitome of marine science. Not only is Kemet a son of the soil, he is also a son of the sea. Thus, he holds this tremendous ability to connect humankind to the most splendid wonders of the world's waters. In late 2016, while serving as the state STEM director, I was given the task of applying for a sub-grant through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. With a specific focus on coral reefs, I sought assistance, and it was through this opportunity that I became acquainted with Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. After a couple months of planning, our grant application entitled Creating Local Stewards of the Reef Through Targeted Marine Experience and Education was submitted and eventually awarded. The Stewards of the Reef program offered high school students throughout the territory the opportunity to integrate sciences such as biology, marine biology, environmental science, and oceanography with coral reef management practices to raise students' awareness of and interest in the protection of coral reefs and their environment. The program included a three-pronged approach. 1, professional association for dive instructors, certification in scuba. 2, theoretical knowledge. And 3, practical application. This program involved collaborations with the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Education, the University of the Virgin Islands, local dive shops, and other community partners who had a genuine interest in educating about and protecting our coral reefs. One such community partner was Kemet Amon Lewis. From the program's inception to the closing event, Kemet volunteered his time and resources to ensure the success of the 12 students who participated in the program. The program occurred over a span of 6 months in which Mr. Lewis gave freely to himself without any request for payment or any complaints. For Kemet Amon, it was an honor for him to have served the students of the VI while doing what he loved, teaching about the coral reefs. The students, in return, revered Mr. Lewis for his service. I recall during one of my program monitoring visits to St. Croix, watching Kemet and the students disappear into the abyss of Cane Bay. As I waited for them to resurface, I wondered what they were doing, seeing and experiencing on their journey. To watch them resurface was just as joyous as watching their descent because it meant that I was now able to ask 1,000,001 questions. Professionally, I am forever grateful to Kemet Amon for the virtuous experiences he allowed me to have during the program. Moreover, I am thankful to Kemet for his continued engagement in and commitment to the program. Thus, I am elated to announce the rebirth of the Stewards of the Reef program. With Kemet doing what he does best, he helped to forge a partnership with Mr. Howard Forbes Jr. and Ms. Kelsey Troutman, a son and daughter of the VI Soil and Sea, respectively. Personally, Kemet Amon Lewis is my kindred spirit. Those that know him know that he has an aura that can mellow a room. Kemet's love and appreciation for the arts and for the sea has helped to shape him into the compassionate and connected person that he is. However, most importantly, Kemet Amon Lewis has a fighting and willing spirit to be desired and for that, if not that alone, I am truly honored and humbled to provide this testimony. I am and extremely grateful to Senator Viale for having the vision to honor Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. Chairwoman Joseph, I would like to close by saying thank you for this opportunity to share my story of Kemet. Additionally, please enjoy this short video clip from a former student, Kailani, providing his remarks during the closing Stewards of the Reef ceremony.
I'm not sure. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure if we do have that video, pulled up yet, so we will coordinate getting that done. In the meantime, I want to take the opportunity to ask and go forward and have Ms. Jennifer Nugent Hill, the Director for Governmental and Community Affairs, present her testimony on the record. And know she is in person at the conference room. Ms. Nugent Hill, kindly proceed with providing your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. My testimony today is in favor of Bill number 34-0201. A very pleasant good day to you and other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands present today for the passing of Bill number 34-0201. A resolution honoring and commending this native son, Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis, for his many noteworthy accomplishments. My name is Jennifer Nugent Hill, and I serve as the Director of Government and Community Affairs for Tropical Shipping. It is such an honor to join the many voices here at home and from across the world who all count it as a privilege to know Kemet Lewis. The description of Kemet's many distinguished achievements are well articulated in this proposed resolution, and so I see no need to restate them. It is here for everyone to read all about this remarkable man. However, I'm here today to speak up about the brilliance of this awe-inspiring man whom our company first experienced in the year 2000 when he applied for one of our scholarships to go to college. He was so impressive during that interview with our scholarship committee. He showed up ready and well prepared and was very deserving to be awarded that scholarship. Kemet became one of the first recipients of a 4-year scholarship to attend college at Savannah State College in Georgia. It didn't end there. We offered him summer employment for the entire 4 years of his college education. See, we saw firsthand his creative talents during his summer employment at Tropical Shipping here on St. Croix. His insightfulness, his hyper-intuitiveness, coupled with his love for marine life, our natural environment, and his beloved sea turtles, the leatherback turtles as we call them, was put on full display one of those summers. Kemet helped our St. Croix sales team to craft a winning special summer sales strategy, and he won our staff ever since. Kemet created that special summer strategy based on his beloved sea turtles and how we could use that to not only educate the community of St. Croix with regards to sea turtles, but also to create a very iconic memory for all of us struggling that summer. Fast forward to 2019, the year Kemet's life was forever altered by a great health and physical tragic incident. It was only earlier that year that Kemet, along with several business and community leaders, attended a week-long business advocacy session in Washington, D.C. as guest of Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett to share insights with several congressional officials and to gain support for our beloved territory. See, I was there. And I listened to him in a compelling manner, spoke of our concerns amongst those in attendance at that event in Washington, D.C. Kemet is known as a proud Crucian, but he's also a loyal Virgin Islander. So when we heard the news about the severity of his health scare, we wept. But we fought alongside his family, his many friends, and we prayed hard. We prayed because we wanted our Kemet back. You see, he has turned this greatest of life challenges into one of the most inspiring life lessons. I met a few of his healthcare providers in a hospital in Florida who never hesitated to speak up about his love and their love for Kemet, and what an inspiration he became for so many during those months in the hospital. He has become one of the most impactful human beings, and his story was featured on a popular Florida news channel, and I tell you, it is viewed over and over and over. I have the privilege of serving alongside Kemet as a volunteer on the Ocean and Coastal Observing Virgin Islands, the COVI that was mentioned earlier, with some of the greatest minds in the marine science community, such as Professor Roy Watlington, whom we heard from this morning. And I continue to experience of Kemet, the chairman of the board of a COVI. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I could tell you so much more about this man of character. Senator Vela, you referred to him that your daughter described him as a cool guy. He's all that and more, and she was right. But time prevents me today. So I encourage you all, every single one watching, hearing, listening to our presentation today, get to know him for yourself. He's a classy man. He's a gentleman of valor, a strength that all of us who know him has pulled from him. You see, I'm convinced the world will hear more about him. And so this resolution today is a big deal. Your public acknowledgement of his talent, his courage, his will to live, his faith, and the love of this community is simply a good thing, as my friend Brownie would say. Today, you are reminding our people how we too can overcome life's trial and that life is worth living. Today, senators, you've shown us a living example of an overcomer. And you also honored Kemet's family, and especially his mom, Joy Thomas, an amazing prayer warrior. So I congratulate you, senators, for this proposed purposeful resolution, where in the archives of our Virgin Islands history, we can look back on Kemet's story and be inspired and encouraged by his life. I thank you today for this opportunity to just add a little bit of the story about my friend. And if I had a son, Kemet Lewis would have been the character traits that I want him to have. My daughter, Catherine, is a lawyer and a proud Virgin Islander herself. And today I take the time to acknowledge her achievements, because people like Kemet Lewis, our young people like Catherine Hill, are reminders that we come from a place, and as Kemet likes to say, one of his favorite quote, for most of the wild things on earth, the future must depend on the conscience of mankind, and he credits Archie Carr. So I thank you, because Kemet, from a dancer, a scientist, to a survivor, not defined by being a quadriplegic amputee, but he has just evolved to the next level of a mankind who continues to contribute. I thank you very much, Senator Joseph, for the opportunity, and I wish you blessings for all of you as you pass Bill number 34-0201, honoring Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Nugent Hill, for that very riveting testimony. Colleagues, we do have one more testimony to be read into the record. I'll ask Madam Clerk to kindly read into the record Dr. Krista Sherman, Senior Scientist at Perry Institute for Marine Scientists' testimony into the record today regarding this resolution to honor and commend Mr. Kemet Amon Lewis. Madam Clerk.
Dear Senator Joseph and committee members, I am pleased to submit this letter of endorsement to this Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting regarding Bill number 34-0201, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands. I have known Kemet for nearly 10 years. We initially met in 2012 while I was a participant in the Core Restoration Training Workshop in the Bahamas that he led for the Nature Conservancy. At the workshop, I was impressed by Kemet's competence, calm leadership skills, and ability to work with a diverse group of people. These positive first impressions have only been reinforced as I've gotten to know him better over the years through other workshops and interactions at professional meetings, e.g. Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute Conference. Kemet is bright, personable, determined, talented, and considerate. I was thrilled when he agreed to join our team at the Perry Institute for Marine Science last year and develop as development director to assist with supporting our marine science and conservation programs, along with building a framework for the strategies, growth, and operations of our organization. His background in marine science and exceptional interpersonal skills and prior management experience are strong assets to our team. Indeed, he has already put these well-honed skills to use through grant writing, administrative support, and providing personal insight and guidance as we develop and prepare to launch our sustainable seafood campaign for the Bahamas. Kemet is a dynamic individual and is to be epitome of perseverance. His inherent sense of purpose and positive disposition, coupled with strong dedication to marine conservation and advocacy, have clearly contributed to his professional achievements. He is well respected by his colleagues in the Bahamas, throughout the Caribbean, and internationally. I am very pleased that this committee is formally recognizing and celebrating Kemet's accomplishment by bestowing him with this most prestigious honor. I am incredibly proud of Kemet and wish to congratulate him on this major milestone. Kemet, thank you for inspiring us to persevere through difficulties and demonstrating the importance of positivity. Thank you for everything you have done and continue to do for the field of marine science. I look forward to celebrating this extraordinary achievement with you and all of your future successes. Sincerely, Krista Sherman, PhD, Senior Scientist, Fisheries Research and Conservation Program.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed with the round of questioning by our colleagues here, my colleagues here, I want to ask media, because it's now ready, and I believe they were ready before, to bring up that video that Dr. Shamika Williams represented in her testimony this morning. Media, can you kindly bring up that video for us?
This program was interesting, fun, and risky. To me, the risky part was like when I first learned the day. I was scared, being like, but I try and play it out. And then when we went big dock, and then when we went underneath the dock and we see the barrel, I got scared then. But it was adventurous, like you said. I learned a lot from Kemet. And thank him. And,
did you go to Cambridge?
Yeah.
Is there really a dangerous part of there where they have the ocean?
Yeah, Kemet had take us to there. He took some pictures and we went up there, but we didn't went deep. We just stayed at the top.
What was the most unusual, like a fish or sea life that you saw?
It was dark fish. It was like black and it had a heap of yellow spots on it. I don't know the name of the fish. I forget. From Mr. E, I told me, but I forget.
So what do you want the public to know?
I want the public to know to like stop littering on the beaches, because like it don't matter where you throw the debris, the trash, you're gonna always end up in the water. And then something, the turtles, they eat the plastic bags, thinking it's jellyfish. The corals can also get damaged from the garbage. And then when the corals get damaged and die, we're gonna have less fish and the waves gonna wash away the sun. This program.
Thank you so much, media. Colleagues, we have heard testimonies from all of the 8 persons who were invited to testify. We will now proceed with one round of 3 minutes, and we will begin our questioning on our round of questions on St. Croix with committee member Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to all my colleagues. This is not an easy one. I know Kemet and his mom and my mother are very good friends. And when I heard what Kemet was going through, I was very shocked. And when I saw him, every single hair on my hands stand up, because he's not a quitter. And many people that went through what Kemet went through would quit. They would quit. And listening to all the testifiers, I don't know what question I would ask, because it's so touching to see how much he have continued to progress with his life and haven't let what happened to him slow him down. As a matter of fact, there was about 2 other individuals in the territory that suffered similar injuries. And I remember one of them passing around the same time with Kemet. I don't know what happened to the 3rd person. So when I heard the news, I knew of the one that had passed. I was worried about Kemet because it was very serious. But when I see the pictures that my colleague here, and I must say, I salute, my colleague, Senator Vallejo, for this resolution, which I definitely will be signing on to. And I saw the pictures of Kemet still diving. I like, wow. I was shocked seeing that. I know he didn't quit. I didn't know he even went back down, diving, doing everything that everyday life would want him to do. And his accomplishments, it's just it's amazing. And I tip my hat off to Kemet and his family, and makes me feel proud to be a Virgin Islander when I see all his accomplishments. Even though he went through some very tough, difficult time, he never quit, he never wavered. And Kemet, I need to see him because they don't have his video up there. Put on your camera, Kemet. It's really a bright day today. Good day, my brother. How you doing? I can't grow no beard, so I like to say yours. But I really am very, very proud of all your accomplishments, and just that fight, that strong heart. It says a lot about who we are as Virgin Islanders, that nothing keeps us down. Nothing. And I'm very proud of all your accomplishment and what you have done and what you will continue to do, because I know this is just the beginning for you. So I'll just ask Miss Nugent to give me one of her best moments working with Kemet was, as a scholarship, give me just one of your brightest moments working with him.
Oh my goodness, Senator, that's going to be hard. But I can tell you our team, especially those of our team members here under St. Croix Office of Tropical who remembered Kemet as this young man. It was Kemet's love of life, but there was something absolutely significant about the prideful sense of being a Virgin Islander, a Crucian, first and foremost, you know, Crucian. Kemet brought into our space to respect the importance of marine life. And albeit that we're in the maritime space, today everyone is speaking about sustainability. Kemet showed us as a young man why he was who he is. And that, as I mentioned, the genius of Kemet was to take the opportunity to create a sales pitch during that summer. Summer is usually lull time, albeit this is many years ago. But he brought in the story and importance of the leatherback turtles and the nesting before it became popular. He was a high school student, you know? So for me, those memories, but my memories is every day of this cool guy, you know, very classy and just a very, very great Virgin Islander.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for all you do, Kemet. I'm forever proud and glad to know that I know you and you know, all what you have done for this territory and continue to do as a Virgin Islander. You know, this is just a small token of our appreciation of who you are and what you have accomplished being a Virgin Islander. And I can't say Frederick said because people don't get vexed. But you're from Frederickstead, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Again, to my colleagues and the people of the territory, as well as to the testifiers, well, this Tomian is also very proud. What I will say in regards to listening to the testimony and how enthusiastic a lot of the testifiers have been, whether through their readings or just speaking directly, Mr. Lewis has brought some type of invigoration to the sciences of marine science here for the people of the territory, and that is something to be commended. I can honestly say for myself, when I was at the University of the Virgin Islands, one of the classes I took to meet my physical education requirement was swimming. And they taught us how to swim. And I am a Virgin Islander. Blake. They asked me who my teacher was. It was Blakey. And as we were, Blakey was volleyball too, but I ain't getting into that. But as we were out there in the middle of the ocean, I remember for our final exam, we were supposed to swim out and use all the tools we were taught to swim back into shore. And I kind of took my fast behind and I looked under the water. And I can honestly tell you, as my face, we're all the way out because we had to swim out to swim in. And I said, look at the beautifulness that was underneath right here in Brewers Bay. I had no clue. I mean, there was coral and there were schools of fishes and there were abandoned boats. I saw those too from the hurricanes. But I said, we have a very beautiful, vigorous marine life right here in this beach, and I never expected that. And I remember I asked the instructor, so can sharks come around here? They said, yes, that's all I needed to know. And I listen, he didn't even tell me if I was first, second, third to go. I immediately took every skill I had and held my behind into shore. I got an A for the class, but I made it. But I say all of this because I am very proud of anyone that is serious when it comes to marine science, because it's an industry a lot of times that it's overlooked, but we don't really understand the importance and how it's necessary. And when we take care of our marine life here in the territory and we have people that are going to protect and teach and educate as to why this needs to be done, especially Virgin Islanders, I have to give them their kudos. So I would like to say thank you to Mr. Lewis for all that he's done. And as I continue to listen to the testimony, just know that there's a lot of people here, not only on your behalf today, but who are also listening to listen to hear of your accomplishments and appreciate the hard work you have put in when it comes to marine science. So thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. The chair will now recognize Senator Marvin A. Blyden for his 3 minutes. But before you begin your 3 minutes, Senator Blyden, the chair would recognize the presence of our acting president, Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, non-member to the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your questioning.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for those testimonies. Inspirational indeed. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Lewis, I appreciate all that you have done in respect to preservation and advocacy when it comes to the marine industry. And you have inspired many to become marine scientists, etc., and I appreciate that so much. Let me ask you, though, what inspired you to basically have such a love for the ocean? Let me ask you that. Mr. Lewis?
Good afternoon to the body, Madam Chairperson, and to everyone listening. And first, let me say, start by saying thank you for the honor that you guys have bestowed upon me today. It started back on Dorsch Beach on the west end of St. Croix many years ago. As we did not do summer camps, my dad would take us and myself and my cousins to the beach. And every day during the summers, we were there from 9 to 5. We had snorkel gear. We could see the sharks, dolphins, fishes, reefs, etc. from a very young age. And that's what sparked my interest. That was further cemented as for sure what I was going to study in college when I was a part of the scuba club and the marine science program at the St. Croix Central High School. At the time, when I left St. Patrick's, Central High was the only school in the USVI that had a marine science program. And I knew that that's what I was going to study, and that's where I went. But bigger than that, I'm a Thomas, as Senator Bailey mentioned earlier. You guys, and we're also humbled that you honored my uncle Genix this morning. And, you know, it's just something about that, the Thomas family, that, you know, it is what it is.
Thank you for basically sharing that with us. And when it comes to marine biology, etc., I must say we are surrounded by water. And that the marine industry is such a huge industry, and it basically needs to have more individuals who get into that aspect of our environment and our community, whereas, you know, we can protect our corals and we can invest in that area because that space is so huge and we are not a large part of that, you know. And I believe that young individuals like yourself who have actually done great things can inspire many others to follow in your footsteps. And I want to commend you for what you have done thus far, for your resiliency, and for basically being who you are. At such a young age, I heard Ms. Nugent-Hill spoke highly of you, and I do not take that for granted. I want to thank her again for her testimony and what the impact she has made also in this community. So again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you guys for all that you do and continue to inspire others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. The chair would recognize, in the interest of time, Acting President Senator Genevieve Whitaker. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to our testifiers, and certainly good morning to our honorees and the listening of viewing audience. Well, as I, Kemet, it is, well, first I want to commend the bill sponsor. This is an incredible example of recognizing young leadership. And to Kemet, well, Mr. Lewis, as I know personally as Kemet, I am really remain inspired by your testimony, your powerful testimony, and your leadership in this industry. To Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, I want to first off thank you for the words you shared in really highlighting Kemet's work and resilience. And so the question I have for you, what can we do to have more individuals follow in his footsteps? You know, one of the things that as the Education Committee Chairwoman, I really attempted to legislate, and which Kemet supported, that we have marine and environmental education in our school curriculum.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator. It's such an honor to see you today. I am, you know, when I think about Kemet's presentation to a group of executives that year that he appeared, 21 years ago, actually, where Kemet's influence came from, and his love for marine science came from the fact that there was a marine science club at Central High School. That was the only school, public school, that was teaching marine science. So for that, I think we're grateful that he was able to get that opportunity. I would suggest that what Kemet and the group of sea stewards are doing with regards to reef sustainability and the importance of that is to teach our children, teach our community, and I hate to use the word mandate, but sometimes we have to mandate things, that the sustainability for the sake of food security, because I like my boiled fish. I also want to be able to eat my own lobsters. What Kemet has done is demonstrate that through marine science and the study of marine science started way back, certainly before he went to college, but at Central High School, that if we can ensure that this becomes a part of everyday curriculum, it shouldn't be a specialty, but it should be, if we're talking about sustaining our seafood and our seafood industry, not just visitors, but certainly for ourselves, that it become a must in our curriculum. I can't speak to the status of what it is today because I don't know, but I would encourage Senator, as the chair of the Education Committee, that may be one of the things we want to find out. How much are we teaching and how have we integrated marine science and the study of our sea and our environment into our curriculum, not just as a one-off activity, but incorporating throughout our math, our sciences, our English, our history, and then it becomes a way of life and not something that is separate. That's what Kemet did.
Thank you, and thank you for your response. And yes, in crafting legislation, one of the things that was done was to assess what is happening currently in the schools with all the stakeholders. So I do look forward to your support and others as I will bring it back. Yeah. One of the things we've learned is that you have to keep pushing in this institution and get collegial support. To our honoree, to Mr. Lewis, and good afternoon to you. I wanted to just what advice you give to the young people coming up in terms of in this industry? What is maybe one word of advice you'd give to them about choosing, entering this industry that you've learned in your professional career? You can offer to them.
Time.
Awesome. Thank you. So I'll just briefly echo everything that my second mom, Jennifer Nugent-Hill, mentioned about this needing to be in every single part of the curriculum. And the one thing that I'll offer to youth coming up is that there is something to be said about people that have a Caribbean Islander background becoming marine scientists, because there's a completely different experience and a completely different set of skills, cultural knowledge that you bring to the table when you appreciate and understand the culture and the community that you were raised in, and you can add to that the study and the experience and knowledge of marine sciences.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses and well wishes, and I certainly would support this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. The chair would now recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. for his 3 minutes. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I want to take this time to say congratulations to the family and friends of Kemet Amon Lewis, and most importantly, Kemet Amon Lewis himself. I don't know if you recall, Mr. Lewis, you remember when I met you in Cloud9? That was the last time I saw you. And then after that, I heard about your situation and was like, wait, that's the same individual I met. And I'm sorry to hear what transpired, but your story, which individuals can find on the website for browardhealth.org, is very touching. And I would encourage everyone to go on browardhealth.org website to see or hear what the doctors had to say about this gentleman that we're honoring here today. And I hope somebody run with it. And this is not for you to do. Your story needs to be documented. It is a story of hope. It is a story of an individual with ambition. And you know the song for Wally, or the line for Wally, ambition is priceless. It's something that's in your veins. And whatever is flowing through your veins, my brother, you are a very unique person. And young men and women in the U.S. Virgin Islands need to hear your story. Yes, I applaud you for all the things that you have accomplished. But the reason why you were able to accomplish all those things is because of your DNA, what's inside of you, and that's your story. So my question to you, Mr. Lewis, as far as your greatest body of work, what would you say is that one thing that you are proud of, and you can say, yes, this is one of the best things I've done? And if you can just place that on the record.
So that'll be a challenging question to answer also. I think the thing that I'm most proud of, again, I was a Thomas before I was a marine scientist. I was a Christian before I was a marine scientist, a Virgin Islander before I was a marine scientist. And so there are a lot of those things that define who I am. I'm from the West End. And if you know anything about the emancipation of the Five Burn on St. Croix, you know what West Enders are about. In terms of my professional career, there's a lot that's happened, as some of my my colleagues have mentioned in their testimonies, from setting up China's first nurseries, setting up first nurseries in Cuba, helping the Bahamas, the country of Curacao, Jamaica, Hong Kong. There's a long list. For me personally, one of the coolest experiences I've had underwater was to see our corals that we had outplanted in 2012 mature in 2017 and spawn naturally. And so when we received money from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act in 2009 to start the project on St. Croix, we had this mantra that we told we're going to increase the genetic diversity of these coral species so that when they spawn naturally, mixing occurs and they're actually producing viable offspring. That's a lot of sciencey jargon that I probably could have said a little bit differently. But in 2017, before Irma and Maria, we were able to see those corals spawn. And so for 25 individual corals that we outplanted at Great St. James on St. Croix, we saw the underwater show of them spawning at night. And that was the most exciting I've been in the ocean, notwithstanding traveling and being in the ocean in Australia and in the Solomon Islands and in Egypt. My best experience under the ocean was on St. Croix. And so that brings me a lot of joy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lewis. My time was called. I do not want to abuse my time. But as you know, with these hearings, it becomes part of history and a part of the record. So I'm happy that you were able to place that on the record. And I was hoping and praying that I found out the answer to the secret behind of your drive. But because you're a middle child like myself, you always have to fight and fight and fight and fight and prove yourself. So we have something in common. I'm a middle child. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. I want to begin my line of a discussion on this resolution. I think it is very timely. I recall years back when I read about Mr. Lewis's journey and his challenge when it was announced, and how the community came together in St. Croix. Even it spread over to St. Thomas, that a child, a young person of our soil with so much potential was experiencing a health issue and may not pull through. I speak today of something that was said by our testifier, Ms. Nugent Hill, that you have a mother, Joy, what a wonderful name, Joy Thomas, who is a prayer warrior. God hears the prayers of his servants. And I know from what I have read and what was read today in a testimony that you are indeed a blessed young man to stand to be here and present with us today. And we want to give kudos to the bill sponsor, Senator Kurt VLA, for recognizing you and giving you this honor while you are still here. I want to ask you, Mr. Lewis, because I too have a love of the ocean. My children are avid swimmers. In fact, two of them are certified scuba divers. I haven't done that yet. And I wanted to ask you, when you were going through your health challenges, because you are, as Ms. Nugent Hill testified, you are a miracle and an overcomer, you know. And it's wonderful to see it and to inspire. What was that one thing that was driving you to be able to regain your health and push you all the way through so that you can be here today to testify, still going into doing what your love, which is marine biology, marine science. I know also, at least I heard that you are also a dancer. So tell me how you have been able to overcome, tell us, and still make that transition and be able to be the person that you are today.
Thank you for your question, Madam Chair. So there are a couple things that have played a role in my energy and my stubbornness to continue to do thrive. One, I have a beautiful, and this is probably the third or fourth time I'm mentioning it today. I have a beautiful family that I was born into, the Thomas family from the west end of St. Croix. That gives me a lot of strength. Knowing who we are is important to know where you're going to go. I also have a beautiful built family. My friends Charisma, Christiana, Jendai, Nadia, the Power Four, my friends Frank, Summer. I have a long list of friends, a long list of mentors, Jennifer Nugent Hill, Roy Watlington, William Coles. I have a lot of people that over the years have shown me what it means to be successful in not just in the marine sciences, but in whatever career you're in and as a person, as a human being, which is most important. And the third part is that as a scientist, I was able to remove some of the emotion and make objective decisions while laying in the hospital bed here in Fort Lauderdale. And I was able to trust the doctors that came in and said, you are going to be diving again, you'll be on the tennis court again, and you'll be dancing again. And it's the strength that I pull from all those three things, the fact that I can be objective and think through and become a problem solver, to think critically, to know how to read, comprehend, and be a critical thinker is very important in the world today. And the fact that I have such a beautiful support network, and I can't not thank every single person, not just in St. Croix and St. Thomas, as you mentioned, but throughout the entire world that have reached out ever since the incident in 2019, which by no means will define who I am as a person. It just starts the writing of the new chapter that I'm living today. But I will continue to be Kemet Amon Lewis, and it's because of the biological family that I have, the built family that I have, and the experiences that I've had in this world that allow me to, or that gives me the strength to continue to persevere every day.
One final question, Mr. Lewis. Who are you currently, or who have you mentored? It's very important. Every time I sit on the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and when nominees come forward, I always ask them that question because it's critical that we not only receive it, but we in turn are able to give back. So do you have mentees that you are currently mentoring?
So currently, I do help to mentor Samuel Gittins and Nicholas, both two of the testifiers today. Kelani, one of the third stewards of our REEF program participants that you saw on video, sharing his thoughts from the program. I've also, while I was working with the Ninja Conservancy on St. Croix, was able to bring in Emma Schultz, who was a graduate student at my alma mater, Savannah State University, to do her thesis project on St. Croix. And she is currently in the process of publishing a paper on some of the findings from her research then on St. Croix. And I have a few more students from Savannah State University that I've been mentoring, and everything from letters of support to one-on-one conversations to help them to define how they want to pursue their research, whether it's undergraduate, on a graduate level, and that's been it for me. And it goes way back from grad school. I remember walking into my godfather's biology class at Central High, and one of the high school students had written about a Black marine scientist for Black History Month, and they decided to write on me based on some of the articles that they could find on me just from me doing my graduate school research on St. Croix and in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so there's a long list of people that I've tried to touch that I continue to reach out and help and support because, as I mentioned before, there's a completely different thing to an individual that have the lived experience of being a Caribbean Islander, actually studying the marine science. And there's so much more that you bring to the table in terms of cultural identity and appreciation of culture. Some of the things that Jennifer Nugent-Hill mentioned, being able to enjoy boiled fish today so that you can enjoy it tomorrow. Not eating conch when it's out of season so that you can enjoy it tomorrow. There's a lot that the sciences inform towards better management and sustainable use of resources that we can all be a part of every day.
Thank you. I want to ask, I said that was my final question, but you mentioned something that with the marine scientists. Do you, by chance, are looking to further your education and one day have the title of doctorate associated with your name? Because I think you should, especially for all that you have done. I would definitely encourage you to do that. We must always look for that higher plane. You've already overcome. There are many other parts and speed bumps in life to overcome. And I would encourage you to go on further with your studies and become the Dr. Kemet Amon Lewis. And I hope I'm being prophetic in saying it because I see it already in you. You have that ability to teach and to also lead in a industry and in a career that has not been dominated by our people. It is time. The time is here. And I see that you have the purpose and the will to do so. So I'm going to speak it into existence that you will one day be Dr. Kemet Amon Lewis. And it would be my pleasure, God willing, to be here to see that day. Senator Kurt Vielle, You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Kemet. Thank you. We're muted.
Please unmute your mic.
Okay, he's good now. And I just want to say once again, congratulations, and to the wider community that is listening. I wanted to honor Kemet because of the work he has done. After health challenges, that's after. But I'm not honoring him for his health challenges. I'm honoring him for the work that he has done in the marine science industry. We don't have a lot of Virgin Islanders who have gone into marine biology, who have conducted research or actively working in that particular field. And I wanted him to become that individual that would be able to inspire others to do what he's doing. If we're going to be able to define our own part in the Virgin Islands, it got to be through children of the Virgin Islands and their ability to become educated and conduct research. If not, everybody else will be coming in and conducting the research from their viewpoint. And the cultural awareness that he brings to any research project to the Caribbean is important. So from that realm, that is what I hope that this resolution honoring Kemet Lewis will be able to achieve. As Virgin Islanders, and when I say Virgin Islanders, I mean individuals who have made the Virgin Islands their home. We got to enter into all of these different areas. If we don't, we're on a path to doom. Every area that you can think about, we need Virgin Islanders who are willing to become educated and enter into those fields, to include the trades and everything else. If not, we're going to continue to complain. But my philosophy, don't complain if you're not prepared. Because somebody got to do the job. I know a few local marine biologists, and I tip my hat off to them. I know Roy Pemberton's son was doing a master's. I think he already achieved it. And I know that the young Howard Fobbs is doing a lot of work in marine science and mentoring of children, etc. Well, Mr. Lewis, how did you get into this coral restoration with this concrete? Can you just put it on a record? Because I don't think people know about what you have done and the areas that you have actually placed a coral in St. Croix, and was it successful or not?
Okay, so just briefly, my work with coral restoration started when I worked for the Coastal Zone Management Program at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Every time there was a vessel grounding, we would receive a payment of a fine from the responsible party, but that would disappear into the black hole that is the general fund. And so what we started doing was that we would, instead of in lieu of a fine, we would make it the responsibility of the responsible party to restore the reef. And so we brought in scientists from NOAA's restoration program out of St. Petersburg and from Puerto Rico, and that's what got me interested in coral restoration work. So in 2009, when the Nature Conservancy received $1.7 million from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, President Obama's stimulus bill, to build the first coral restoration project in the U.S. Virgin Islands, I applied for that position, and I was awarded that position. And it's a very, we started with the cement, creating these pucks, and we use a two-part epoxy that works underwater, and it's non-toxic to corals that will attach the coral onto the cement puck. You can take that puck and put it directly onto the reef. And so we did that for a number of years while I worked for the Nature Conservancy, again, not just in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but all across the Caribbean. To your point, one of the things that had a lot of Caribbean islands excited when I showed up was that I was a Caribbean native also. And so it made them more trustworthy and more excited to do work with me in the field. and we've had lots of success with our work. It's still ongoing today. There are new techniques that are being employed, microfragmentation and collecting the gametes from sexual reproduction of the corals. And there's a suite of work that we're doing to restore reefs. The Atlantic and Caribbean is not as old as the Pacific. And so the challenges that we see with younger reefs are a lot more dire. And so it is going to be our commitment in all of the organizations that are across the Caribbean region to do this work to make sure that corals that exist today exist into tomorrow. There's the new stony coral tissue loss disease. Again, a lot of the threats are man-made to corals, and so it's only fitting that we are the fixes to a lot of the problems that exist in the world today.
Thank you so much for the answer, and Madam Chair, I'll finish now. The Nature Conservancy presently still have that project going on. And there is in Princess, there's like a greenhouse set up with hundreds of these small coral that are growing that hopefully will be able to regenerate coral reefs across the world. So this is, to me, is really big. I don't know about everybody else, but I think it's really big that the work that he has done in reference to being able to save our ecosystem. And I just encourage other individuals to have the same drive and motivation to do something that is going to make the Virgin Islands and the world a better place through research or through education. Without research and education, we can't move. So thank you so much, Mr. Lewis, for all that you have done in the field of marine biology for the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Senator Ville. Before I ask the testifiers to do a 30 seconds actually, wrap up, I want to ask you, Mr. Lewis, to briefly tell the listening audience, because I worked as a volunteer years ago for the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John. I was the president. I don't know if Paul Shakaroff was then the executive director of the Virgin Islands Nature Conservancy, but I also served as a secretary on the Conservation Society board. We were a part of a really strong movement in the Virgin Islands for conservation and preservation of our natural habitat. We were at the point of looking at global warming having an adverse effect on our coral reefs and causing coral bleaching. And for me, also I'm an avid swimmer. I love snorkeling. How does these projects, we need to bring it home, because our people don't understand, to me, some of the really critical need to assure that the corals that surround our waters continue to thrive in the midst of this whole global warming situation, and where we're having a lot of coral bleaching, even here in the Virgin Islands. So the work that you, and as well as the others are doing to help restore our corals are critical. That's even part of our product in the Virgin Islands. So tell us, when our ecosystem is damaged by coral bleaching, what are some of the adverse effects it's going to have for us economically and socially?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for another very important question. And I was hoping I had a few more minutes or a few more seconds to wrap up some of my thoughts on everything that's going on. One, the Caribbean, the Virgin Islands, the St. Croix, without reefs become a completely different place that I don't ever want to imagine, I don't ever want to see. And that's why I've been committed to the work that I've been committed to for, pretty much all of my adult career. The fish you enjoy, being able to welcome tourists to sandy beaches, to enjoy our culture and our way of life, all of that is lost. And so that's a big part of why the work that we've been doing with not just coral reef restoration, which is one small part of it. Yes, Senator Viola, it's huge, the work that we've done. But that's just one small part when you consider the context of this being a global and coral degradation being a global crisis. So the restoration part is important. The sustainable seafood part is important, as some fishery interactions can negatively impact coral reefs. The land-based social pollution part is an issue. You know, how do we clear land and do activities on shore that will not negatively impact the ocean also. It's all of these things working together. And it's even a step bigger than that. So we're now in a few decades into the climate crisis. Some people still don't believe in climate change. Yes, it does exist. It has always naturally existed. The issue now is the rate at which it's existing and how it's completely changing everything that we experience on a day-to-day basis, from the increased severity and frequency of tropical storms to droughts in some places, to the wildfires in the western coast of the United States, to the melting ice caps and whatnot. Every day there's another news feed that lets us know that climate change is real. So we don't need to discuss whether or not it's real anymore. What we need to do right now is to act on it. And again, it's not just the coral restoration, it's not just sustainable seafood practices, it's not just how do we protect what we do on land so it doesn't impact the ocean. It's how do we think about everything that we do on a day-to-day basis, whether it's about using single-use plastics that fill up a landfill. By the way, both of the landfills on St. Thomas and St. Croix should have been closed a long time ago. How do we away from fossil fuel and consider the use of electric and other sustainable sources of wind and other sustainable sources of electricity or energy? How do we not complain about gas when we know that fuel is a finite supply that will not last forever? When you have wind and sun energy that is infinite and can power, our homes, our cars, and the things that we need to use on a day-to-day basis. And so that would be my encouragement to not just First Islanders, but anyone listening, is to think about the things that you do on a day-to-day basis. For example, I would take my Tupperware to my favorite restaurant when I was having lunch in Christiansted on St. Croix, and they'd fill that instead of giving me a to-go container. And it's some of those simple things that eventually add up and make a big difference. How do we use reusable cups instead of asking for plastics, and single-use plastics in general? And I know that COVID put that an issue to that for the time being, but as we start to move away from or start to adapt to live with it, I think there are ways that we can start to figure out how do we become better stewards of the environment, of Earth. Again, because the Caribbean without reefs is not a place that I'd like to imagine. It's not a place that I would ever want to visit. And again, to that end, whether it's with the Perry Institute of Marine Science or any other organization that I'm with, serving as a board for OCOVI, serving as a board member for the STAR, the Sea Turtle Assistance and Rescue, a response network, I will continue to reach back, even from Florida, to reach back to the Virgin Islands, as it is my home, to ensure that the knowledge that we need to do better by Earth is forefront in everyone's mind. And as much as I can do that through this honor that you guys have bestowed upon me today, as well as the way that I choose to live my life every day, I will continue to fight the fight to make sure that we have a healthy Earth and a healthy planet, a healthy reef into the future.
And thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. This is now the opportunity for the 30 seconds closeout. We will begin with Mr. Roy Watlington. Professor Watlington, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There was so much I would say if I had more than 30 seconds, but let me just focus on something that was raised by some of the very recent comments. You encouraged Mr. Lewis to get his doctorate. Senator Viola and others have noted the need for more people in our fields. And through OCOVI and through the University of the Virgin Islands, we've had the opportunity to observe that, in fact, the Virgin Islands culture as it is right now does not really encourage people to go into the field. You know, we have so much more appreciation for other things. As an example, I'll say, while I was a UVI administrator, I would have students bringing different questions to me. One student complaining about what the scientists are not doing and what they are doing and everything, complaining about science, had been at UVI, had gone away for 3 years, gotten a law degree, had come back and was making a salary greater than any of their science professors by about as much as 50%. We have had people who have come back, and we're very fortunate that Kemet Lewis has come back and stayed with us. And I'm very grateful that you're actually honoring him, because one of the things we could do, in addition to having salaries and better cost of living encouragements, we need to let people know that we need them and we appreciate them.
Thank you so much, Professor Watlington, for those pointed words. And I do definitely appreciate all that you've said and all the work you have done in mentoring persons like Mr. Lewis here. Thank you so much. We'll now ask Dr. William Coles to kindly present your 30 seconds wrap up.
Good afternoon. I want to start by saying it's been an incredible honor being able to work with Kemet Lewis throughout his marine science career. And I want to encourage him to continue that, and also encourage all of our students. If Kemet can do it, if I can do it, you can do it too. And having that support for everyone to encourage them to do the best they can with the opportunities they have, I think is really important. And Kemet really shines when it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coles, for being here and for presenting your testimony. Finally, and not least at all, Ms. Jennifer Nugent-Hill, you are recognized to present on the record your 30 seconds wrap up. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Senator. 30 seconds. Kemet said something today again that is always a teaching moment and a learning opportunity when he described, to the response to your question, Madam Chair, what drove him or what made him and how did he get to the decisions in life. And Kemet taught something today that I hope all of us take away from his statement, where he said, I learned to be objective. My mind as a scientist is trained to take information, look at the research, and then determine what's the right decision. I can't think of a greater way to teach a lesson. I cannot overemphasize that what has been said about Kemet, or what is written in this resolution, which I think everyone should read, it should be published, because it shares a story about this accomplished young man, and not a young man today. You know, when people say young man, it kind of puts you in categories. And I always say, the Bible says, curse not the youth, because they're the wise ones. So let me be mindful of that. But he's a cool guy, cool enough where the Bahamas can say it's better in the Bahamas, but look who they called to help them restore, you know, their coral reefs, so that their people can also enjoy a good life. I love the Bahamas, but I even love them more now because they invited Kemet Lewis to provide the research findings to help mitigate and to restore their coral reef. So curse not the youth, but let's encourage them, let's build them up, and in this case, teach them the skills that Kemet just taught us about how to make the right decision through research, through objectiveness. And Senator Viale, I have to take my hat off to you again. I thank you so much for reminding this community over and over not to curse our youth, but to encourage them. Congratulations to all of you wise ones who will pass this legislation honoring my son, Kemet Lewis. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nugent-Hill. Testifiers, I really want to thank you for all of your testimonies today, everything that you have placed on the record. On the man of the hour, I want to allow you 30 seconds to wrap up and give you an additional time because you're more than worthy of it. Kindly present on the record your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'd like to, begin by thanking Senator Violet for even proposing this bill. I'm very appreciative, and I'm very honored by it and very humbled to be considered. A lot of what I do because it needs to be done. And, again, that's a big part of how I was raised in the Thomas family on St. Croix. That's how Uncle Genix was raised, in the same way. A couple of years apart, but essentially that's what it is. You see a need in the community and you try to fill it as best you can. A great grandmother, Miss Maya, did the same, and those that grew up in Frederiksted knew Miss Maya and her kitchen well. So thank you for recognizing us. Thank you for recognizing me personally. Again, it's work that I know that needs to be done, and so I'm doing it. And I don't, while I'm not, sending my name in for a bunch of accolades and whatnot, I do appreciate when they are bestowed upon me. So I don't take it for granted. And I'd like to thank the entire body of this committee for having this hearing today. All of my testifiers, my colleagues that have been, in the background and working with me for all of the years that I've been practicing as a marine scientist back home on St. Croix. FYI, when I went to college in Savannah State, I did do all of my research on St. Croix, whether it was a leatherback project as an undergraduate project on St. Croix, Sandy Point, or the in-water project that I did with Dr. Coles, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. It was my intent then to return home and do all of my work there. And up until 2019, I was always back on St. Croix doing the work there. So that would be my other recommendation for the youth, even if you do leave for university, albeit University of the Virgin Islands Marine Science program is amazing and should not be overlooked. Always consider returning home to practice and to advance the community of research, the community of conservation practice in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Dr. Cole said it best when he said, a lot of what we do is about responsible use of resources. And that's a trajectory that I'd hope will become familiar and become a buzzword or buzz term for many, because it is a way that we can really enjoy our culture, our community, and even some of the spiritual values provided by the ocean while not allowing it to deteriorate or to degrade. So thank you again to this body for this bill. Again, the biological family that I have, much appreciation to you. My mom, Joy Thomas, my father, Moses Lewis, my siblings, my created family, again, Jendai, Christiana, Nadia, Charisma. I have a large network of people that were nothing but supportive, especially after 2019. And that, each person gives me the strength, the encouragement, and the drive to continue to dive, to continue to dance, to continue to play tennis, and to continue to live life as a Thomas, as a human being, and as someone that's a steward to not only the Virgin Islands and to St. Croix, but to the rest of the world. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. Testifiers, you are released from presenting your testimony before the 34th Legislature Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for today. The committee will stand in recess for 30 minutes.
Madam Chair.
We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, please read into the record the next item in the next block.
Committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 34.0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke Sr. posthumously for his service and contributions to the sport of basketball, horse racing, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senator Kirk A. Vealy. The invited testifiers are Mr. Roy Shaggy Joseph, Mr. Magella Savida Milligan, Mr. Julio Maganja Felix, and the Honorable Carol M. Burke, former senator.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go into a 1-minute recess before we have the proponent of this measure speak. The Committee on Government Operations stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34-023?
Sure.
Senator Vealy? Okay. Senator Vealy, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I offer Bill number 34-0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke Sr. posthumously for his service and contributions to the sports of basketball, horse racing, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I know most individuals listening to the name is probably saying, who is Alvin Delano Burke? He's affectionately known in St. Croix as Baby Buck, and I think that is the name that most Virgin Islanders or most Crucians will remember. Baby, as we call him, was born in St. Croix on March 16, 1956. Same birthday as my wife. He was a third of 8 children and went on to graduate from the St. Croix Central High School in the class of 1974. When I first met Baby, I always was a bit amazed at the degree that he achieved because I didn't know many individuals that had that same or similar degree. He attended the University of the District of Columbia, and in 1979, he earned a Bachelor of Science in Community Planning and Development. He was literally an urban planner. He went on to do his master's degree, and he graduated with a degree in urban affairs with a concentration in land use law and administration. He worked at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for quite a while and was involved in various housing issues. But most people remember Alvin Baby Burke for his commitment and dedication to the world of sport. He was an avid basketball fan, a big fan of the Los Angeles Lakers. He probably would have keeled over knowing how they did this particular year. But he went on to name one of his teams the Lakers, and I think that was one of the most popular teams that he had. He was also involved in coaching the Pearl Blossom Dolphins, the Lady Dolphins, the Juanita Guardian Hurricanes, the Sparks, and like I said before, also his team, Lakers. He was also an avid horse racing fan, and so stable. Everybody know where the stable yard is when you driving down Center Line, and was involved in racing, breeding, and training of horses. And he had a number of local horses that ran in the Virgin Islands. I think one of the most popular was Louis G, that went on to St. Thomas and ran and won a number of races. One thing that was not included in the resolution, because I don't think it was given to us by his family, was that Baby Walk was a lover of politics. Very, very involved in political campaigning. And I'm hoping that when his sister testified, that she can jot my brain about the group that he had. There was literally a campaign team. I think it was Rainbow Coalition, I'm not sure. But he was an avid campaigner and would commit himself to campaign for individuals, for Government House, and for the Senate. His contributions to the Virgin Islands have been varied, but he's one of those individuals that have been instrumental in creating programs for younger individuals in the Virgin Islands, and also to make sure that he had the mentorship, that opportunity to mentor and coach over 200 players over some 40 years. And any individual that gave that type of time to the children of the Virgin Islands, I think that they need to be recognized. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Ville. This time we are going to recognize the testifiers that we have here. I see Mr. Roy Shaggy Joseph. Mr. Joseph, I see that you're there. If you can kindly put on your camera as well as check in with your mic, that would be perfect. Pleasant good day, Mr. Joseph.
Good afternoon, mic check.
Mic check, sounding good. We can see you very, very bright over here. Then we have Mr. Magilia Savita Milligan. Is he there? Mr. Julio Maganja Felix. Mr. Felix, are you present? I'm sorry.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Good to see you. And
Good to see you too.
last but definitely not least, my mentor, my big sister, the Honorable Carol M. Burke, former senator. Microphone check.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Testifiers, we will begin first by receiving the testimony in this order. Mr. Roy Shaggy Joseph, followed by Mr. Julio Maganja Felix, and rounding up all of the testimonies that we are to receive this afternoon will be the Honorable Carol M. Burke, former senator. Mr. Joseph, kindly proceed with reading your testimony on the record. Mr. Joseph, your mic is muted.
I am so sorry.
You're okay. So just begin from the top.
Yes, again, good afternoon to the Governmental Committee of Operations and to those in attendance. Again, my name is Roy Shaggy Joseph. Everybody knows me as Shaggy. I've also been known as Mr. Burke's son, because almost any place he goes, they always will see me with him. I am the cousin of deceased Kevin Burke, which is Avance Burke's brother. And when it comes to speaking on Alvin Burke's behalf, I've been around Baby from a young age of 10 years old. And from about 14 onward, Mr. Burke, basically, we formulated him that bond between each other to where he discovered my love for horse racing. And with that being discovered, he sat me down immediately and he said, Shaggy, how are you doing in school? That's the first thing he said. After I answered, he went on to say, even though you have love for horses, your education must come first. And one thing I must say, he was a very strong advocate when it comes to education. He always tell me, I have my degree, I went on to school, I came back and horses are here. And you're gonna do the same if this is the path that you would like to take. Because if you're not gonna complete school and your education, you cannot be around me. From that, immediately, this statement resonated in me, how serious he was about education and education being my priority. During my journey in the horse racing world, he made sure that I learned everything that I know right now, from being a stable boy, cleaning up horse shit, up to learning everything about the horses, even to which point that I became a rider. However, I would like to add to this is, Julio Maganja Felix, you was one of the mentor that I took, because Alvin Burke did tell me where you started from. And we had that horse, Ganja. That's the horse that I learned to ride off of. And there it was my start to becoming a jockey. However, this didn't happen because I got too tall and I got too heavy. However, making sure that I knew everything about the horses was key. Mr. Burke also said, I need a rider that I can depend on, because I don't want to be, like how we were saying horse racing, I don't want to be strong-holded or tie out. Simply means we don't want to be waiting for an exercise rider to come and exercise our horse when they are available. We will be on a racetrack from 4 in the morning until, sometimes we got to wait until 8 to get a rider. And this was one thing he said, I need that dependable rider. And I made it my business to learn everything about riding and to become an exercise rider. This taught me that I need to be independent and reliable and become an expert in everything I do without any aid or help from anyone. And Mr. Burke was always pushing me. You must always be able to be independent, and your schooling must come first. That he reiterated until I graduated out of school. Mr. Burke's love and passion for horse racing, basketball, football stem all the way back to his childhood days in Anna's Hope, where they would play football, basketball, and his father, Calvin Burke, God bless him, was very instrumental in the development of his passion and his love. Mr. Burke loved horse racing to, at one point he operated the Ronald Doc James racetrack. And after it opened in 1989, that was one of the biggest horse races attended by all people in the Virgin Islands, because that was the first event that opened back up after Hurricane Hugo, and everybody attended because there was nothing else to do. While Mr. Burke was basically operating the Ronald Doc James racetrack, it flourished tremendously. He well put together races, and I mean, it was just exceptional. Even though prior to horse race being operation in horse racing, he also, his drive, his knowledge, his expertise in horse racing also aided in the Anna's Hope stables, which from there, his love for those horses that was there, just to name a few, he had Palomino Queen, Crucian Princess, Louis G, Bullet. Those was, even though some of them was non-thoroughbreds, his eye for speed and his talent in that horse racing industry brought these kind of animals to be champions of champions and winners. And it's one thing, he was very competitive. So even though he was an owner and trainer with many horses, Mr. Burke made sure he took the time to raise his children and aiding them in their love and development for the sport, mainly basketball. His love and passion for basketball extended from coaching and developing the Perbilazin basketball team, which his daughter was also part of. And I remember up to this day, when they went in high school, she was one of the best defensive players at that time. And that I saw from time they was small up to when they became graduates out of Central High School. Also to having that team, Lakers, which they played in the Johnny Clements basketball team, but in the league. where I have coached many times and have been there with him toe to toe, picking up kids, dropping kids back home. That love was always there. And he had an eye that he saw raw talent in a lot of individuals in different housing communities and in the private sector. And he reached out to them, got them on his team, and he helped develop their skills within that basketball arena. And he was also a mentor to many young individuals, from little ones. They used to call him, Daddy. Is like, Daddy. He's like, okay, he understands, but it was just love. The kids loved him, and they will always want to be around him, want to be on his team. I will say he was a great mentor, and I can go on without stopping because there's so many things I can say about Mr. Burke, who was like a father to me. He made sure that I completed college. When in my worst days, when I had no money in college, he used to send me money for college to make sure that I'm afloat. Always check in on me. And with that, there is no other that I can put in his place. Even though I have my biological father, Mr. Burke took the place of my biological father because he stood by me toe to toe and was always there for me. And he helped me to develop to the person I am right now. And as being in the military, I have used everything he's taught me to utilize it to be staying focused and dedicated in everything I do. At this time, I will end by saying, Mr. Alvin Baby Burke, who was a father to me, I would not have been where I am right now in this life and being so instrumental within the horse racing arena. I may not have graduated if it wasn't for his push and his seriousness about making sure that I complete my high school and college in order to continue being around him in the horse racing world. And with this, I said thank you for the time, and this is my testimony about my dad, Mr. Burke.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. The chair also notes that you did send in a written testimony. I know you spoke just now from your heart, but because this is a part of the record, we are going to need you to also read your written testimony.
Actually, the written testimony, how I spoke is actually my written testimony. It was kind of paraphrased. If you need me to read it word for word, I will right now.
Because it is a part of the record, the stenographers, they typically have it. And then two, we have our files so that persons, should they want to go back and take a look at any of the files that we have with the legislature, it's on the public drive and they could also take a look at it. If it's not too long, and if you wouldn't be so kind to go ahead and read it through. I should have stopped you earlier to just remind you, but you were so passionate in your testimony that I allowed you to continue. So if you'll be so kind to read your written testimony into the record as well. Thank you.
Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Ville.
I just wanted to say that his testimony that he just put on the record has been captured by the court reporter, and his testimony that was submitted is captured on the drive. So we actually have both. So I don't think it's really necessary for him to say the same thing twice because we have it on the drive and also captured by our court reporter. Thank you so much.
It's well noted what you mentioned. However, I think he mentioned some items in this this testimony that is also very critical. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Joseph.
Okay, good morning again. My name is Roy Shaggy Joseph, also known as Mr. Burke Sr.'s son. Mr. Burke, who was also known as Baby, was a father to me for as long as I've been alive. Our relationship formulated and strengthened at an early age of 10, and at 14 years of age, Mr. Burke discovered my love and passion for horses and horse racing. Immediately, Mr. Burke sat me down for a discussion, and the first thing he said was, "How are you doing in school? Even though you love horses, your education must come first." This statement immediately resonated in me how serious Mr. Burke was about education as my first priority. My journey in life would not have been the same, nor would my knowledge of horses and horse racing be the same if it wasn't for Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke routinely kept me focused on my scholastic education and my education within the horse racing industry, to which he taught me first how to take care of horses from ground zero up to the point where I became an exercise rider with hopes and aspiration on becoming a horse racing jockey. However, this becoming a jockey did not occur due to my height and weight. Additionally, during my upcoming as an exercise rider, Mr. Burke at times will say, "I'm going to teach you how to become an expert rider because I need a rider that I can depend on and a rider that knows horses from their legs up to being on their back." This statement also reiterated the importance of mastering anything I do and the ability to get the job done with limited to no help from anyone. Mr. Burke's love and passion for horses, horse racing, basketball, football stemmed back from his childhood days, as his father, Calvin Burke, was very instrumental in the development of his passion. Mr. Burke's passion for horse racing continued throughout his time on Earth up to his passing. He was an owner and breeder of many horses on the island, and at one point operated the Ronald Doc James racetrack after Hurricane Hugo. During this time, horse racing flourished tremendously, and this spectacular sport was attended by all Virgin Islanders. Prior to operation at the Ronald Doc James, Mr. Burke's expertise within the horse racing industry aided in the recognition of the Anna's Hope Racing Stables, which showcased many race horses that displayed incredible speed from non-thoroughbred to thoroughbred horses. To name a few that he loved dearly was Palomino Queen, Crucian Princess, Luigi, Native Prince, and many others too numerous to mention. As a breeder, one of the colts that brought excitement to horse racing was Fantastic Four, owned by the Williams family, which led fans to their feet between race with Fantastic Four and Guava Berry Star. In his last days, we owned at one point 13 horses, both on and off the racetrack, where they resided in the pasture located adjacent to the YRC Detention Center. Even as an owner and trainer of many horses, Mr. Burke made sure to take time out to raise his children and aid in their development and in their love and development for sports, mainly basketball. His love and passion for basketball extended to coaching and development of the Kirby B. Larson girls basketball team throughout many years, and eventually establishing the Lakers basketball team, which played in the Johnny Clement Basketball League, played at Central High School with teams aging from 10 to 18 years of age. This then branched out to the men's basketball team. Mr. Burke had an eye for raw talent. With this, he made it his priority to scout players that he can assist with their basketball development and to also be a mentor to many kids in various housing communities and in the private sector. There are so much more that I can speak on, but at this time, I will end by saying, without Mr. Alvin Baby Burke in my life, I would not have been so instrumental within the horse racing arena, nor may I have graduated from college if it wasn't for his push for educational success.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. And that's why I stress the importance of you reading your written testimony into the record, because I knew him, and that's why I signed on to the bill. I know him. I knew him. I really respected this man, and I wanted to assure that what you took the time to write and send in was a part of the record, although this testimony can be accessed on the public drive. It's now a part of the record as well. Thank you so much. We are going to receive a written testimony and have it read into the record by our clerk. It was submitted by Mr. Magila Savida Meligan. And Madam Clerk, could you kindly proceed with reading his testimony into the record?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Senator Carla J. Joseph and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 34.0203 on behalf of the Burke family. Alvin Delano Burke Sr., aka Baby, was an honorable sportsman and raised and loved horse racing. He owned and trained many horses, included Caribbean Queen, Dixie Storm, Crucian Prince, and Crucian Princess. He was a person anyone could have gone to for advice about training horses. After Hurricane Hugo in 1990, he became the promoter of horse racing at the flamboyant racetrack, now known as the Randall Doc James Racetrack, and he did an excellent job. He worked at the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, organizing Biddy basketball and baseball in public school. His favorite basketball team was the Lakers. He was a great coach in basketball. Thank you, Senator Kirk VLA, for sponsoring Bill number 34-0203, honoring the late Alvin Delano Burke Sr., and to the 34th Legislature and Madam Chairwoman Senator Carla Joseph. Salvita Milligan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now proceed with hearing the testimony of our next testifier, Mr. Julio Maganja Felix. Mr. Felix, you submitted a written testimony as well? Your microphone is not on.
Yes, I did. Good afternoon to everyone.
A pleasant good afternoon. Be kind to read your written testimony into the record. You can move forward and proceed. Thank you so much.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank Shaggy. Good seeing you, man. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Senator Carla Joseph, for the invitation. It's truly an honor to be here with you guys today. This means a lot to me. Kinko, he was a mentor to me. He was, he was the reason why I'm still here on this earth. And I'm going to explain to you why now by reading this letter. Okay? Okay, this is the letter I wrote. I want to thank all the Senate and all of the Burke family for giving me this honor to speak about my man, Alvin Kinko Burke. It's kind of a little emotional for me because, you have to understand he's one of the reasons why I'm still here. Thank you truly from the bottom of my heart. I'm very grateful for a lot of things in this world. First of all, God above, he's first in my life. But the one reason I'm still here living and doing what I love most is because of Kinko. He practically saved my life. I remember when I was about 15 years old, when my mom decided to take me away from my grandma in Kennedy Project, who raised me up. All my friends and family was there in Kennedy. My brothers and sisters, the street, they were my brothers and sisters, So I remember when I moved to Anna's Hope to live with my mom, I was kind of lost. But they sent me there because I was going down the wrong path. I didn't know any better because that's how I grew up. It was my environment. You know, I started stealing, smoking a lot of weed. That's where I got my nickname, Maganja. And I did a lot of embarrassing stuff, now that I look back at it. But it was God that led me to Kinko. I was so broken and lost that I even wished that I wasn't alive anymore. I remember sitting in the corner by Kinko's house, watching the cars go by. And something was in my head telling me, why don't I just jump in front of one of those cars? But to myself, I said, I can't go out like that. And I remember Kinko, I always seen him walking by, and he was considered the man around there in Anna's Hope. And he seemed to have things together, you know. Whenever he came out, everyone came out to play basketball with him. Everyone looked up to him. And if I may say, he was like the mayor of Anna's Hope. Every time he showed up, everyone came out to play basketball. It was like Anna's Hope became alive, all because of Kinko. Then one day, this is what changed my life forever. I was just sitting there, and it was that same day I was thinking about jumping in front of that car. He came and asked me if I know how to play basketball. Of course, I came from the ghettos. Everyone knows how to play basketball. So he asked me to play on his team. Long story short, the following week, he gave me a horse. I mean, who does that? Tell me who will give someone they don't know a horse. And that gave me a responsibility. He gave me a responsibility right there to feed him and to take care of him. And that's what changed my life forever, because it gave me purpose. I had responsibilities. And of course, he gave me a job working with his horses. But one thing, just like you, Shaggy, he told me I had to go to school. So I would get up at 4:30 and I would go help them at the barn. And after school, I would be right back there with the horses. Because of that, I didn't have time to get into trouble. And this is why I say he practically saved my life. Give me a minute. He's my hero, my mentor, my friend. I had so much to say, but words don't give me time to express how grateful I am to Kinko for what he's done for me. I was an outsider in the neighborhood, and he took me in as family. And because of him, the boys on the corner accepted me. I told him I wanted to be a jockey, and he laughed. Because he was just waiting for me to ask him about riding horses. He had a little native horse named Luigi. He was a bad boy. He was fast, and he could really run. And he could really buck, I mean. I asked him to let me exercise him one day, and he laughed again. So they decided to give me a chance to ride Luigi. After they gave me a leg up on him, he started bucking, running off, and he threw me off about 15 feet in the air. I don't even know how I landed, but it was fun. They asked me if I had enough, and I said, no, put me back on. And he threw me off again. The experience taught me to never quit, to never give up. Kinko never gave up on me. And even though his trainer, Bortel, he was a good friend too, but I was still a kid, I was young. He didn't want me to get hurt. Even though Bartel didn't want me to ride, Kinko, he had confidence in me, and he never turned his back on me. I said, man, I want to ride, and he let me ride. Luigi and I became like good buddies after that, because he could never buck me off anymore. And that's how I learned how to ride horses. I must say the world is a better place because of Alvin Kinko Burke. Because he was here. He's still here in my heart. Right now, I'm closing in on my 3,500 win in my career. And I owe it all to him. And I dedicate all my wins to him. My love, my thanks is to Kinko and to the Burke family for giving me an opportunity. Love you guys. That's my testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felix, for that riveting testimony and very passionate. I really appreciate that you had a life-changing moment when you met Alvin Kinko Baby Burke. That's a beautiful thing. Praise God. I want to now recognize my mentor, the Honorable Carol M. Burke, former senator. You're recognized to present your testimony into the record. Senator Burke, your mic is muted still.
Thank you. I was telling Maganja, you're not making this easy for me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman Carla Joseph, and members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and other honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the members of the community who are listening and viewing today. And I express salutations to other testifiers, to you, Roy Joseph, and to you, Maganja Felix, as well as Savita Milligan written testimony. As I'm here on behalf of my brother, Alvin Burke. This is indeed a good day and a good time to share in this legislative agenda, and especially Bill number 34-0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke Sr. posthumously for his service and contributions to the sport of basketball, horse racing, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My family and I are humbled. We are moved. And we are grateful for this distinction bestowed upon our beloved brother, son, father, grandfather, uncle, and cousin. We express heartfelt gratitude to Senator Kurt Violet and to you, Honorable Chairwoman Carla Joseph, for signing on this bill, for remembering that Alvin Burke Sr. lived and contributed to these Virgin Islands, and that he sacrificed at times because of his commitment to young people, and that he was indeed a proud Crucian and a Virgin Islander. Alvin Delano Burke Sr. was born on March 16, 1956, to Calvin D. Burke Sr. and Gwendolyn Chase Burke, BSN, on St. Croix, the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our family lived on Strand Street at a time when residents drew water from wells and catchments around the community. The corner shop was a commonplace, and walking bare feet was as cool as Miss Gibbs Lindy's ice pops, homemade butter cookies, and other treats that often served as the highlight of every child's day. As children, we had learned early how to save our pennies and the many lessons on benefits of sharing. Though the family moved to Anna's Hope in the early 1960s, the connection to town and the Ralph D. Chabert housing community remained intact. When the Urban Renewal Program relocated our great-grandfather, Samuel Utendahl, and our grandmother, Florence Burke, from the homes they owned in Watergut, a significant amount of time was spent with our extended families, and these were seamless transitions. Our mother's family hailed from Grove Place, and we equally look forward to our weekends of cleaning fish, chasing goats, climbing trees, and playing all types of outdoor sports until the sun went down, only to race back to the house the minute we saw Uncle Glenn coming down the dirt road. This is the life we live, and this is the life that binds us as a family. Alvin's tiny baby face feature and small stature earned him the rights to our affections as baby. While Uncle Baby may sound strange to some, it truly warmed his heart when his nephews and nieces addressed him the only way that they knew. As we grew up and our personalities took shape, Baby had already exhibited that he would be soft and cuddly, yet obstinate and controlling. His many admonitions to his younger siblings were rooted in ramped up warm affections and unconditional love for us. It was unshakable. We had a big family, and our home was open to the children in the neighborhood. Ours was the neighborhood playground, and the expansive landscape allowed for every sport to be played there. Oftentimes, Alvin was the one spearheading football games, basketball games, and every game that made our friends and neighbors to feel welcome. Then our father bought home a Palomino horse for us. And before long, we had stables with thoroughbred horses. This became a love of our family in every regard. Papers on the wall were fleeting and insignificant. Ironically, it was Baby's preference not to receive acknowledgement, no spotlight on his scholastic or career achievements. Though our parents instilled that the pursuit of education was expected, Baby initially resisted the path of higher education when he graduated from Central High School in June 1974. He decided that he was not going to college. He told my parents not he, and he refused to enter college. He was left alone, and in January 1975, he was enrolled at Federal City College, now the University of the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C., where he received his Bachelor's of Science degree in community planning. No prodding was needed in his subsequent postgraduate studies, and he received his Master's of Arts degree in Urban Affairs from Hunter University in New York City. Within days of his graduation, Baby returned home to St. Croix and insisted that no more stateside life for him. He was prepared to contribute to his home, and he did. Baby immediately took on a management position with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. He assisted many Virgin Island residents regarding their housing and other needs, and in particular, home ownership pursuits. During his career climbs, Alvin also spent a significant amount of time in our father's real estate business. He then moved to the VI legislature and to the VI Department of Housing, Parks and Recreation, where he served as Assistant Commissioner under the Snyder administration. He was instrumental in planning and coordinating the Governor's Youth Games. This midsummer event was like no other, and it brought together a spirited inter-island competition amongst in-school athletes. It was headlined with top student athletes competing in volleyball, softball, baseball, track and field, and tennis. This competition showcased our very own local talent and the development of these young athletes. The rudimentary training was evident across disciplines and highlighted the potentials of every young Virgin Islander. Work for Baby was never done. He found the time to make so much happen, whether in politics, on the basketball courts, or at the racetrack. His involvement in local sport was his passion, a passion guided and developed by a caring and nurturing spirit imparted by our mother and her training as a nurse. His in-depth knowledge of professional basketball and horse racing was a result of his own dedication and intense reading and discipline and an affinity for current events. Family was Baby's lifeblood. He developed irreversible bonds with all his family and wrapped himself with pride of his lineage. Rather, it was that same unwavering loyalty, the love of a brother that moved Baby to step in and fill the void when the untimely passing of our beloved brother, attorney Calvin Burke Jr. Baby never hesitated to ensure that Patrice and the children were covered, loved, and cared for. He easily carried over these characteristics for the members of the boys and the girls that he coached. He attended their PTAs and teachers' conferences, visited with the parents, checked their academic progresses, brought them home, and even ensured their well-being. We still hear from many of these youngsters and their parents about how Alvin nurtured and inspired them. We often see how his involvement made a difference in their lives. Oftentimes, we joked about how his stable of children, all 9 of them, somehow made up for the one son each of us had. How he loved his children and he never hesitated to show that love. And that included those children who were not his biological children. In the sport of basketball, the many summers and weekends that were spent at my mom's home in Anasoap, or the after-school activities, and he involved and engaged himself. But it was those outbursts and designations on the bench when he coached them on the basketball court that rivaled any interactions. Somehow he never spared, not even his own children, that wrath, and they had to live with it. They would reel from hurt, pain, and embarrassment of his stern counsel, albeit sports. They felt that he was harder on them than other players because they were his sons and daughters and his nieces and nephews. Later, however, in their maturity, they understood that it was that because he loved them and how he loved them. There are enough stories to be told and examples to be shared from these experiences. He collaborated with me when I was a senator in naming the basketball court at the Ralph D. Chabert Housing Community, the David Iceman Bermudez Basketball Court, something that he was exuberant about. Recently, Tim Duncan Foundation and Rashidi Clemens have been doing tremendous work to rehabilitate this and other courts in the territory. And then I kind of outline, and the bill itself highlights the coaching he did with the Pearl B. Larson School girls basketball team, the other boys league in the community centers, all the public housing community centers. He also coached the Interscholastic League boys basketball. He was coach and manager of the Goro Laker boys. Those were 10 to 12-year-olds, 13 to 15-year-olds, and then 16 to 18-year-olds who also were a part of the men's league. He took time to also, and what was riveting for him was that he took time also to participate, to have teams in the Alan Burke Foundation's tournament, which was in the summertime. He also entered teams in every tournament, the Thanksgiving, Easter, Christmas. He just would pull up guys as Maganja and Shaggy said, off the corner, wherever, and get him to form a team, and he would coach, and they would enter into the tournament throughout the island, and would also take the team to compete at times in St. Thomas's tournaments by raising his own funds. With horse racing, my brother's love for horses started from a very early age. Our family grew up in having raced horses, and again, thanks to my dad, we all stuck with it to this very day. He read a lot, and he immersed himself in every aspect of the industry. As an avid horseman, he advocated for the professionalism of the sport locally. To that end, he did his part to inspire younger generation to become interested in aspects of horse racing. He took Julio Maganja Felix and others like Roy Joseph under his wings. Today, Mr. Felix is a professional jockey riding on the mainland tracks successfully. Horse races included over 30 years as an owner, trainer, and member of the Horsemen Association, a promoter, a breeder. And he even gave, I didn't know he gave you a horse, Maganja, but he also had given a horse to his son, Alan. Alvin's personality was shielded in a dichotomy that was his comfort and his niche. Those of us who knew him understood this. His stubborn side was his loyalty unfolded, and his nurturing abilities met every challenge he faced. Alvin championed children, and even in the most difficult times, he mustered strength and character to guide them. When his son Alan was violently murdered that Christmas 2007 unfolded, and at the age of 17 and with a promising future in basketball, we saw Alvin lose his way. In his resilience, he regained his posture and reaffirmed his commitment to love all his children. He touched so many lives, he shaped so many lives, and was a father figure to so many youngsters. He loved these Virgin Islands and the people, and we thank you for this timely recognition. And I just wanted to add, yes, he was very much involved in politics. This isn't written, but I'll go ahead and ad-lib. He was a strong campaigner, a strategist, and most of all, he loved to gather his Rainbow Coalition that really the core came out of the public housing, and to be a part of whichever campaign he was supporting. And I know that the first campaign that I know he supported was very successful was former Senator John Tutine. He was also very into the former Governor Roy Snyder's campaign, and of course, he was fully engaged and in my campaign. To this day, I yearn for those daily calls Baby would make to me just to talk about politics, just to talk about what's happening in our community, and just to care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, former Senator Carol M. Burke. Colleagues, we need to take a 3-minute recess to change our stenographer. The Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection is hereby recessed for 3 minutes. We are back on the record. Colleagues, we've had some very riveting and passionate and emotional testimony before us that gave us some insight into Mr. Alvin Delano Baby Burke Senior life, and we're very appreciative to everyone who was here today to testify. I will now recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Before I continue, we will recognize Senator Johnson. We will have one round of 3 minutes of questioning. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Point of information?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Yes,
I just
Senator
want
Feeling.
I just wanted to put on the record Julio Maganja Felix. He testified, and we might have the impression that, or don't realize what he has been able to achieve. Maganja Felix have ridden in 25,895 races in America from 1989 to 2022, as recent as April 17th. He has 3,331 first place, 3,383 second place, 3,394 third place, and have won over $43 million in purses from 1989 to 2022. So hats off to you, Maganja. I just wanted to put that out there and give you a little salute. Hats off.
And thank you so much, Senator Villalay, for putting that on the record also, so that our viewing and listening audience know that we in the Virgin Islands indeed breed champions. I really would like to now move on to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleague. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. My colleague here looked at my notes and brought all of that information out on Maganja, but it's okay. I could live with it. Good afternoon, Brother Maganja. Good afternoon, Shaggy and Carol.
Good afternoon.
Today was a emotional roller coasters with the testifiers, and what it says to me that we have lost some irreplaceable leaders in our community, and who's going to be up next to fill those gaps. As I listen to Maganja, especially with your testimony, I can see that it took you back to a place that wasn't comfortable. But big men do cry. And it's always good to let those tears roll, because your whole life today flash in front of you. And that's a testament of what Mr. Burke did for you. And guys like Calvin did this without looking for anything. They just had that passion. I think the first time I met him was right down on Harrigan Court, when he used to come around with those different teams and basketball tournaments in Parks and Rec. And you've always been a genuine person who really cared and showed that. He wear his stripes on his sleeve. If you got him upset, you'll know about it. And when you did good, you'll know about it too. But he wore his stripes right on his sleeves, and that is important to do that. And I must say that I tip my hat to the sponsor of this piece of legislation, because we cannot just go without recognizing our heroes for what they have done to save our children in this community. And both of you gentlemen are just a small part of the children in our community that Mr. Burke touched and saved.
Yes.
And I'm proud of your accomplishment, both of you.
Thank you.
And as you said it well, if Mr. Burke was not in your life, you might not be standing and sitting here today with us.
That's true.
And I know you're going to achieve that next
30
win,
seconds.
So we'll be listening for it. But I will start with you, Maganjo. I want for you to tell me one of the best moments. I want a moment when you got Calvin a little upset. That's one of those moments I want you to tell me. What did you do that got into him that he had to kind of correct you in a harsh way and tell you, this is how I want you to do it?
Well, first of all, it was school.
Time.
He was tough about school. If I didn't go to school, I couldn't ride his horses. I heard you said time. Do I have time?
No, you could go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Kinko was he was tough, man. He wasn't easy. He was like a father. He was a big brother. He was a mentor. And I mean, if you tell him you're gonna be there at 4 a.m. and you're not there, I mean, you're suspended for a week or two or a few days, you know. And yeah, that's the kind of person he was. He was strict, but with love, you know.
Yeah. Very good thing. If Madam Chair, may I ask Shaggy the same question? One of its moments where Mr. Burke had to really tell you, this is how I want you to do this.
You may proceed, Mr. Joseph. I know you've changed and suited up. You suited up. Proceed.
I would say what really pissed Mr. Burke off was the day I was supposed to exercise the horse a certain way, and I did let the horse get away from me, went too fast. And when I came back in, the first thing he said to me is, "You get scared. You forget everything I teach you." And the first thing I could do is, "Yes, sir." He said, "Don't worry about it. You got to go back out tomorrow on the next one." And I was a little frightened, but he said, "Is either you going to go back out or you going back up?" And that taught me, can't be afraid of this sport, because if you show fear to these animals, they're going to take over. And that was one thing that showed me that even in life, you cannot be afraid of the challenges that's going to come your way, because life is not fair. And it's how you play your cards and be resilient, because resiliency is what's going to make you successful or a failure. Like Maganja said, he's been thrown off many times, but he got back up and kept riding.
That's right.
Thank you guys very much. Your testimony means so much to the people of this territory, hearing from both of you. And Carol, just tell me on the chair time why baby had to get angry with you, because as a little sister knew you had to take care of you. Go ahead on the chair time.
Oh, wow. Little sister, he had to take care of me. He was obstinate. Is his way or no way? And oftentimes we used to lock horns because I was strong-headed too. But a lot of it, the man that he got with me was more political than anything else. And at the end of the day, he wasn't holding the grudges though. He let the grudges go, and we come back, we talk about it, and we move on. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. And as we said, Calvin was out of the East.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Today, definitely, former Senator Burke, is a very good day. We have heard so many inspirational testimonies this morning and again this afternoon. And Bill number 34-0203, commending Alvin Delano Burke, Babyface Burke, is no exception. I must say, though, that he made a real impact, especially after Hurricane Hugo, by actually being a promoter for the track. That was huge because, you know, during those times, you know, it was important to have a promoter and having someone that cared. and really respected the sport speaks volumes. But I want to speak to Maganja because his testimony really, I felt it, and I want to ask you, because you stated that, you felt like you were lost and you used to stand in the corner, etc. And he basically asked if you could play basketball. Of course, most of us know to play basketball from the hood. So why your journey, how did you end up dealing with a horse and not really focusing more on the basketball area? Can you speak to that quickly, please?
Yeah, it was simple. I was too small to keep playing basketball. I never grew. My best friend, Manley, he was a jockey. And I kind of wanted to be a jockey because of him, but I never had a chance to get on a horse. So, I always played basketball, and everybody just grew and left me standing still. I just stayed short. And when I moved there to Anna's Hope, the horses was there, and I would watch the horses, but man, my life was so messed up because my mom took me away from my friends in Kennedy. Took me away from Kennedy, and I lost all that. I was heading in a different direction, but that was God directing my path, and He put Kinko in the way to be that man to lead me to the next level.
Definitely, and let me speak to your record that my colleague just mentioned. That record speaks volume. That's very impressive on any level, and I know, as you stated, God guides you in your life, but what has led you to such an impressive record on such a large scale? It's very impressive, and we don't realize how impressive that is. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, first it was Kinko, and then I had Doc James. That those men, men like Kira, one Lindquist. There was a lot of negative people in my life that would tell me I would never make it as a jockey, that I should quit. But they didn't realize that being a jockey is not easy. The one thing I had was heart, and never give up was in my spirit. And Kinko saw that, and it didn't matter how much time Luigi bucked me off, I would get back on. And I wasn't scared. I loved it. And what keep me going is that don't tell me I can't do it.
Correct.
Whenever I get beat, I try to beat you next time. I turn the page quick. I became a winner because of people telling me I can't make it, I can't do it. And thanks to Kinko, Doc James, Kira, I don't have enough time to thank everybody, but I want to thank my people back home. Vele, thank you, Vele, your family, Senator Vele, excuse me, for giving me the opportunity to ride your horses also. Man like Myron Laycock, all those people, I just want to big you all up and thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't make it this far. Thank you.
And we want to thank you for sharing your story with us today. I'm sure it's going to give others inspiration. And lastly, I agree with you 100%. The more people tell you can't, that's just fuel to show them that you can. So thank you again, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. I also want to echo all of my colleagues' appreciation of Mr. Alvin Burke. I wanted to ask Mr. Joseph, if you could tell us in one sentence, how Mr. Burke, or what he has done for you, has really changed your trajectory in life, and you're passing on that torch to others.
Ma'am, he's always told me to stay focused and keep negative out of my path. And a lot of times he told me to be able to be outspoken. However, being focused and being positive. If you can't change it, leave it alone and move on. And with that and the determination that he's put me towards the horse racing, and always have me doing research for him when he was unable to do so at certain times based on how heavy his schedule was. That has put me in the driver's seat where I took control of my path, and he's always supported me regardless of, and that's why I am where I am today, right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, testifiers. I just want to say kudos to the sponsor of Bill number 34-0203 and to the Burke family. I just want to say thank you for sharing Mr. Burke with this community. For the many years he was involved in things pertaining to the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically sports and the youth. The biggest takeaway from today's hearing is what Maganja made mention of. And what I got from Maganja is that Alvin Delano Burke Sr. understood the importance of giving people a chance. And I think sometimes in this community, in a community where most of us are of people of color, we are too hard on individuals sometimes. And when I say too hard, I ain't saying to be easy on our youth, but I think that we just give up on our youth too easily. And when you listen to the story of Alvin Delano Burke Sr., and you read this resolution, you will see that it was made mention that he was a community organizer. Those two words are very impactful. A community organizer. To become a community organizer, you have to have a passion and a desire. And what I want to say on the record here today is that if you fast forward from the 90s to up to now, I am not saying that we don't have mentors out there, but I just think that everything nowadays comes with a dollar figure. Individuals like Mr. Burke reminds me of my father and many others who do things in this community, and they never put their hand out and say, what's in it for me? So I just want to say to the Burke family, I don't really have any questions. Thank you once again for sharing Mr. Burke with us. And you see that department called Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation? It might seem like the kiddie department, but I will tell you this much. It is bigger than what we think, and it has a very big impact on this community, and we need to place focus on it. So to Commissioner Calvert-White, I know I was hard on you in my first term, but I appreciate everything that you're doing. I see that you're growing and you're pushing, and I'm proud of you, Mr. Commissioner Calvert-White, because it requires this body and the community to support individuals like Commissioner Calvert-White, so we can have more individuals like Alvin Delano Burke Sr., who played a major role in the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. And I will wrap up by saying that we must continue to keep our youth engaged so we can have more of individuals like Mr. Joseph, Amaganja before us, and the many others that Mr. Burke impacted in this community. So in closing, I just want to say once again, kudos to the sponsor of the measure, and once again, thank you to the Burke family for sharing him with us for those many years he was involved in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator James. I want to also commend the bill sponsor I signed on, because I had the esteemed pleasure and honor to know Alvin Delano Burke Sr. He was a very caring, straightforward human being. He was loyal and a huge supporter of his family and young people. I'm not surprised at all when I hear testimony of him mentoring and showing tough love to young people. I recall vividly, I think it was in 2010 and thereabouts, I had just started up a program for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and our location for the program, Youth Build, is a national and international program, was in John F. Kennedy Housing Community, JFK. And the day we were going to start the program, they had really a lot of challenges. There was a murder in the area, but we still pressed on, and we needed to get transportation to take our young people to different locations to carry out the components of the program. I called Sports Parks and Recreation, and who answered the phone was Alvin Burke, Sr. He said, Carla, what you need? I said, I need a van. I have about 15 young people. I need to transport them to this area. He said, no problem. I will pick them up and we're going to drop them off and everything. It was not an issue. He was there for young people. So I'm not surprised in what I'm hearing. And nor that I'm surprised that he played such a critical role in shaping young people, especially young men, lives. We all need that. That's what we do in the Virgin Islands. And we do it with our hearts open and not our hands looking for any accolades. We do it because we still believe that it takes a village to raise a child, and we still believe in the hope of our future, which is our young people. I want to ask my big sister, my mentor, former Senator Carol M. Burke, what would Alvin say today, being an avid horse owner, promoter, when he sees where we are with horse racing in the Virgin Islands? I think you, because I know you're also an avid horse enthusiast, racing enthusiast. I know you have traveled to see various horse racings on the mainland. What do you think he would say today?
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for that question. I honestly believe that my brother would be, because I know you're also disappointed enthusiast, racing enthusiast. I know you have traveled to see various horse racings on the mainland. What do you think he would say today? I was hearing something playing. Can you hear me, Senator?
Yes, we can. I think we were having a bit of technical difficulty, but we worked our way through it. But you heard the question.
Yes, and I thank you again for the question. I think he would be disappointed because there was so much sacrifices made by so many people here locally to get horse racing from being where it was to more professional. You know, from the type of races to the purses to more using the pari-mutuel instead of man-to-man bets to promoting more inter-island and regional racing, and this bottleneck have stymied that progress and to some extent left the future of horse racing questionable, and hanging in the balance. And so for all the effort and sacrifices that were made before, it's not encouraging. It's not encouraging. And with regards to horse racing as an industry, and what it has done throughout the states, with regards to generating revenues for local and state governments. That's an opportunity that is being missed here as well. Not to mention the inability to pick youngsters like Shaggy and Maganja and get them going and get them interested, whether it's in being a jockey, whether it's being a groomsman, whether it's being an owner, a trainer, in any aspect of horse racing as a progressive sport. So I think he would be very disappointed.
Thank you. I want to ask that same question to Mr. Shaggy Joseph. Mr. Joseph, where do you think he would be, or where you thought his thoughts would be right now with the state of horse racing in the Virgin Islands?
It basically would have crushed him to the point where horse racing was his world. He bred for horse racing. If it's not horse racing, it's politics. If it ain't politics, it's sports. But horse racing was his passion, his life, and the amount of time he invested into horse racing, even to when the New Horseman Association took over for the older one, he was the backbone behind of it, spearheading, doing research. Always calling me and telling me, Shaggy, do some research for this, find statistics, do this for me, get this information for me so we could present it to the Horseman Association, so that way they'll be able to lobby for the horsemen. And now here it is, we have nothing. At this current time, I still own one of the horses that Alan Burke used to train. I have the colt, and that colt attitude and behavior was exactly who Alan was. And Mr. Burke would have loved to see this horse run. And knowing that this is the state that we're at right now, it's very devastating. And he would have tried his best to see how he may have been able to, if it wasn't for COVID, how he may have been able to try to advocate for us. But this was a really devastating time that we're in, and it would have crushed him.
Thank you so much. And the same question goes to Mr. Julio Maganja Felix.
I think he would feel just the same way as I would feel, because knowing that we breed, we eat, and live horse racing back home, that's one of the things everybody back home did. I think he would be heartbroken. I mean, we came a long way. We was almost professional. I was so proud of my island, and I can't believe that we don't have horse racing right now. I wouldn't have been here right now if it wasn't for horse racing, if it wasn't for Flamboyant Racetrack. I wouldn't be here right now. I think I would have been on the streets. You see what happened to many of the young people back home. They get lost along the way. Thank God for Kinko. But horse racing is a part of our lifestyle back home. And we need it. We have a lot of young people back home that need direction. We're fortunate to have a few that has made it, like Victor LeBron, Kevin Krieger, Petey Prentice, may he rest in peace. My cousin Hector Ventura, may he rest in peace. Anibal Felix, my little brother, he didn't get a chance to come to America, but he was going to be one of the good ones too. But man, I have so much to say about how much we need horse racing back home. We have a lot of young people with talent that need something to do. They need a place to go. And I think horse racing is very good and very important and healthy for us. That's all I got to say.
Thank you so much. And I know it is, especially for young people. In a previous life, I managed programs for disadvantaged, underserved young people, and many of them had horses and owned horses, and they would definitely put in the time and nurturing and caring for their horses. So I understand the importance of the whole psychology of horse racing and what it means, especially to our young people and our people as a whole. At this time, I would like to recognize Senator Kurt Viale. Senator Viale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard your previous question to all of the testifiers, and I know Mr. Baby Burke would have read what is going on and would have made an applicable decision based on the circumstances and not based on emotion, but based on what is right for the Virgin Islands. I want to recognize Baby Burke's son who works with us, Alvin Burke. I don't know if they could put a camera on him, but he was the individual who came with this idea and said, Senator Viale, what about honoring my dad? He did X, Y, and Z. And I said, it is fitting, and I'm going to work on it. And it's been almost, 2 years? It's been a while since we had that discussion. So I just want to highlight and put that on the public record that this is a direct result of a conversation that we had here in the legislature. A lot of time, horse racing is looked at in a negative light, and it's such a positive light for the Virgin Islands. Horse racing teaches responsibility, and Magan just said it the best. It teaches responsibility. It is a sport. Once you're involved in it, you don't have a choice. You got to get up every single morning and every afternoon and take care of the horse. It doesn't make a difference if it's raining. It doesn't make a difference if there's a hurricane coming. You have a responsibility. So it teaches a tremendous amount of responsibility to young individuals. And I learned that responsibility from 11th grade when I got involved in horse racing, and the commitment that you have to put in to take care of those animals is just amazing. So I'm glad today that among the 3 individuals that we have a resolution for, that 2 of them were into the development of local thoroughbred, the development of horse racing, both Genix and Baby. And we have been able to bring individuals here to testify on a bill and have made it as a result of horse racing. And Julio Felix, I'm just so proud of his accomplishment. The longest riding jockey from the Virgin Islands. He has been riding for over 30 years on the mainland. And no other local rider has ever done that. From 1989, there's none in the history, in the annals of Virgin Islands history, that have ridden professionally as long as Julio Felix. So congratulations on those individuals who helped him to get there, Baby Burke, John Lindquist, and everybody else. We tip our hat off. And I will end again in saying that I hope today motivates individuals in this community to give community service, not to wait for pay. But when you have a talent and you can teach, that you go back and teach that younger generation, so that we can have individuals that would be able to leave the Virgin Islands or right here in the Virgin Islands, be able to achieve a certain level of professionalism, of expertise in that particular area. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for hearing the 3 bills today. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we have exhausted all of the time in this block. I will ask the testifiers to now proceed with a 30-second wrap-up, beginning with you, Mr. Roy Shaggy Joseph.
Madam Chair, I would like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Burke, and to basically let everyone know about how vital he has been with developing us from where we was to where we are right now. I would like to thank the Burke family for allowing me to be toe-to-toe with Baby Burke, Carol Burke. Thank you so very much. And one thing I would like to say for record, my first job was Mr. Burke supervised me when he was under the Carol Burke administration, when she headed the
Labor.
The LIFT
Labor Department.
The LIFT program?
Yes.
Yes, some programs.
And that was my first job. And from there till now, I have never stopped being employed. And it was because of Alvin Burke. So with that, I would like to say thank you for giving us the time to speak on his behalf. And I'm thankful that y'all are acknowledging him in this bill. And may he continue to rest in peace, and we continue his legacy in one way or the other. Maganja, thank you once again for being my mentor, even though you was far away. But every opportunity that I got to get any kind of advice from you, again, I thank you. And
You're welcome.
Thanks to everyone.
And thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. Mr. Julio Maganja Felix, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. And I want to thank the Burke family, all of you. Carol, you know I love you.
Love you more.
Thank you, Alvin, for calling me about 2 years ago about this, doing this. And it's been an honor, a privilege to be here with you, to speak on my big brother, my mentor, Kinko. And I just want to say this one thing. Let's get horse racing back on the map back in the islands. Because I see on YouTube, I see these kids back home. They love horse racing. They're still doing it in the bushes. I mean, come on. We need to find a platform. We need to find a place where these kids, get these kids off the street. You know, they're still doing it in the bushes. I mean, this is how much we love horse racing. We eat, live, and breathe horse racing. You know, I just want to thank you all for this opportunity to be here, for seeing you all, Senator Ville, all of you. Love you all. My respect, and big up to the VI.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Felix, for your words. My big sister and mentor, former Senator, the Honorable Carol M. Burke, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say a personal thank you to my nephew, Alvin. And really and truly, I am almost lost for words, but I would be remiss if I didn't leave this hearing with saying that our Virgin Islands, just like the sport of horse racing locally, has so much potential. We need to find the resources to make sure that the many Shaggies and the many Maganjas that are amongst us, that we could find a way to intervene with whatever road that they're going down that is not that right path. And we could do it. You know, increase funding for parks and recreations. You know, increase funding to ensure that every child who wants a summer job, and that's what Shaggy was talking about, could get a summer job. We're a small enough community under this good United States of America. And the promises that living under that flag bring is something that we need to pursue. I want to especially thank the Honorable Senator Kurt Viale for sponsoring this bill, because he didn't have to do it, although Alvin pursued him about it. He did it because his heart told him to do. And we, members of the Burke family, appreciate that very much. We are grateful. And to you, Madam Chair, for joining in sponsorship and for hearing this measure this afternoon. Thank you so very much. Maganja, love you too. Love you too, Shaki.
Thank you. Big up, Shaki.
Lots of love being sharing around here this afternoon. It's a wonderful day. Always love alone, love alone. Thank you so much, former Senator Carol Burke. We will now proceed with the last item on our agenda. Oh, before we do that, I would like to release all of the testifiers in Block 3, and thank you so much for coming forward and putting your testimonies on the record. Thank you so kindly.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Blessings all around.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, kindly read into the agenda the last item.
The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Boards of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest. This bill is sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, the Honorable Joseph B. Bushelty, Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, and Dr. David Hall, Esquire, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I was a little overwhelmed before with all the love that I didn't say to read into the record the items on the agenda, which I meant to say. Thank you so much. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34-0220?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., you may proceed.
Madam Chair, I offer Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest, proposed by the office of Senator Javon James. Whereas St. Croix's AgriFest is an annual agricultural and food fair displaying locally produced agricultural products, livestock, arts and crafts, and music and local cuisine. Whereas the Agriculture and Food Fair is primarily sponsored by the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands. Whereas the Department of Tourism has been a major sponsor of the St. Croix Agriculture and Food Fair dating back to the Governor Turnbull's administration. Whereas the fairs were initially held annually in February, coinciding with crop season or the harvesting of sugarcane on St. Croix. Whereas the agriculture fairs began when Estate Anna's Hope was established as the agricultural experiment station between 1910 and 1911. They were celebrated and held for years at Anna's Hope, agricultural experiment station with local farmers displaying their produce. Whereas in 1971, the then Department of Agriculture Commissioner, the late Rudolph Schulterbrand, from whom the fairground is named, along with several other people, started the agriculture fair after a few years' reprieve. The 1971 fair was held at Estate Lower Love. Whereas today, The fair is held annually over the President's Day weekend, attracting thousands of people from all over the Caribbean region, the U.S. mainland, and around the world. During the fair, hotel rooms and car rentals are booked solid. Whereas the fair is one of the Virgin Islands cultural, agricultural showcases of all that St. Croix has to offer to the world. Whereas AgriFest is one of the largest local platforms for youth to display and promote their artwork, education, and vocational skills. The 2012 AgriFest theme was Youth in Agriculture, Growing Our Future. Whereas each AgriFest has a theme to encourage involvement in agriculture. Past themes include agriculture, our heritage and hope for the future. In 2017 and in 2020, agriculture, trending 2020. And let me just rephrase that. Past themes include agriculture, our heritage and hope for the future in 2017, and in 2020, agriculture, trendy in 2020. Whereas the Agriculture and Food Fair is now a 3-day affair that brings in more than 60,000 people, with millions more viewing online and via social media at the fairgrounds, ensuring that the Virgin Islands remains relevant in the global agricultural conversation. Whereas it is only fitting to commend the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Department of Agriculture upon the advent of its 50th Agriculture and Food Fair. Madam Chair, it was fitting for me to make sure that I read the whereas clause to place it on the record so individuals can know exactly what we're doing here today. So thank you for giving me the time to introduce Bill number 34-0220, and thank you testifiers for being here.
Thank you so much, Senator James. We have 3 persons who are here joining us virtually to testify. We will go through them just to have the microphone check, and then we will ask them to read their testimonies into the record. We had invited the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. I don't see him here. Do we have a representative from the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Diana Collingwood. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture representing the Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Callwood. And microphone check and visuals are on point. Next, we have Collingwood, I'm sorry. Next, we have asked for representation, or we had the Commissioner of Department of Tourism, the Honorable Joseph B. Bushelty. Is he present or representative from the Department of Tourism here?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Nelia Ross, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Tourism, for Commissioner Bushelty.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. And finally, I see that we do have Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, joining us virtually. Pleasant good afternoon, Dr. Hall. Microphone check. Visuals are good.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will begin receiving the testimony first from Ms. Collingwood, then proceed to Ms. Ross, and finally to Dr. David Hall. Ms. Collingwood, you are recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Senator Joseph, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other senators of the 34th Legislature, Central staff, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Greetings on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the Fair Board family. We were invited to testify on Bill number 24-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for over 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands, known as USVI AgriFest. We at VIDA are in full support of Bill number 2034-0220 and thank the bill's sponsor, the Honorable Senator Javan E. James and his staff for preparing and submitting this resolution, which honors the 50th anniversary of this commemorative event. The Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands, or USVI AgriFest, pays homage to a rich agricultural roots of the Virgin Islands, history and culture via its display of locally grown agricultural products, livestock, arts and crafts, music, value-added products, and local cuisine. Historically scheduled in February to coincide with crop season or the harvesting of sugarcane on St. Croix, USVI AgriFest has evolved into an annual, globally recognized family event, attracting tens of thousands from our territory, the Caribbean region, and the U.S. mainland. This event is also viewed across global communities through social media channels, video chats, and more, bringing the total attendance count to over 1 million. A much-needed platform to showcase youth achievement through the visual and performing arts, technical skill displays, booths, and exhibits. USVI AgriFest allows our heritage to be enjoyed across demographics. Joint efforts and cooperation between multiple government agencies, including Departments of Agriculture, Tourism, Health, Police, and others, is a testimony to our quest to promote unity throughout our territory. Specifically, the invaluable support from the Fair Board and VIDA employees is instrumental to the sustainability of this event. It is noteworthy to recognize the economic stimulus infused into the territory based on the entire USVI AgriFest experience. Local businesses thrive from the extra clientele. A host of industries, including hotel and restaurant, automobile rentals and maintenance, grocers, and gas stations benefit economically by providing off-site services during the fair. This horizontal effect of economic stimulation is another indication of the significance that USVI AgriFest now as a cultural staple and tradition. Hold, I should say, as a cultural staple and tradition. A successful USVI AgriFest is impossible without the support of our farmers. We therefore thank the VI farming community for their tireless efforts in ensuring a safe and reliable food supply and for supporting job growth and economic development. A special thank you to our many sponsors for their ongoing support throughout the years. Join us May 28th, 29th, and 30th, Memorial Day weekend at the Rudolph E. Schultebrand Agriculture Complex as we celebrate the 50th annual Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands with the theme, Agriculture 2022, a golden opportunity to grow. Let's grow together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collingwood, for that testimony and for the promotion of the upcoming Agriculture and Food Fair. Great job. Next, I would like to recognize Ms. Ross from the Department of Tourism. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good day, honorable senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, members of the media, and the viewing and listening audience. Thank you for inviting our department to testify before Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection regarding Bill number 34-0220, which supports a resolution focused on honoring the Department of Agriculture, the University of the Virgin Islands, and other relevant stakeholders for 50 years of diligence in coordinating the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair. We have been asked to provide this testimony and expert opinion as it pertains to the subject matter to aid in discussions around the purpose of the above referenced bill. Proponents to the proposed legislation. This bill seeks to memorialize the importance of the Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands, known to the community as the St. Croix Ag Fair or AgriFest. The resolution acknowledges the impact of this magnificent agritourism event and the outstanding service and dedication required to execute this event annually for half a century. The Department of Tourism commends all stakeholders who diligently continue to organize and host this event as it highlights the fruitfulness of St. Croix, its world-class Epicurean experience, and showcases the rich tapestry of culture, history, and traditions at the largest agri-fair in the Caribbean. Advantages of the bill. From 2020, the department has promoted St. Croix as a marquee overnight tourist destination, which is driven by an experiential-based marketing campaign, St. Croix, a vibe like no other. Agritourism events such as the St. Croix Ag Fair allow our department to showcase unique culinary experiences that differentiate the island and the territory from other competitors within the region, while encouraging travelers to visit our shores and experience our farm-to-table offerings. As a title sponsor of AgriFest, the department has hosted numerous familiarization trips for journalists to St. Croix during a 3-day event, allowing our media guests to be fully immersed in our culture and experience the island's charm and many fairground offerings, from the locally made arts and craft experience to gourmet specialties. Additionally, their stories and social media forums have covered live cooking demonstration, herbal seminars, livestock interactions, food tour, and performances of homegrown world-renowned entertainment. In the past years, agriculture has been featured in many magazines and media outlets such as the Traveling Foodie, the Miami Times, Atlanta Voice, Antigua Observer, and the TravelChannel.com. This vast array of media coverage continues to increase St. Croix's tourism footprint and strengthens the territory positioning as a premier travel destination. The economic impact. AgriFest has grown substantially over the years, and its success has led to the growth of numerous other agritourism events throughout the USVI. However, this recognized event has become a strong economic driver for St. Croix, generating a substantial economic uptick during the pre and post periods of this event, as travelers from near and far plan their vacations to align with the 3-day activities. Hotels, shared economy housing, boutique resorts, restaurants, bars, attraction, and car rentals are just a few businesses who are positively impacted by this event, along with a number of other private and local businesses that support the tourism industry. The influx of overnight travelers to St. Croix for the Ag Fair also strengthens and supports our need to have consistent year-round airlift into the island. In conclusion, the Department of Tourism is honored to be a sponsor of the Agriculture and Food Fair of the Virgin Islands. We look forward to working with all the committee members and community to secure the longevity of this world-renowned event for St. Croix and the territory for another 50 years. The past 2 years have been challenging for all major outdoor events during the pandemic, but we are ecstatic to support the reopening of the fairgrounds for AgriFest 2022. In keeping with our tradition as a title sponsor, the Department of Tourism will invite top-tier media guests to cover and promote this first-class event globally. This year's theme, Agriculture, a Golden Opportunity to Grow, is befitting of the times as we continue to expand and grow the economic diversity of the U.S. Virgin Islands and our tourism industry. Collectively, we can build a stronger destination, one event at a time. I'm pleased to provide testimony, and I'm available to address any questions you may have. Joseph B. Bishalti, Commissioner of the Department of Tourism.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. Finally, the chair will recognize Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, to present and read your testimony into the record. Dr. Hall, kindly proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Joseph and members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I am present today to provide testimony about Bill 340220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest. I want to applaud Senator Javon James and other sponsors of this bill for recognizing and celebrating one of the most unique gathering of farmers, community members, leaders, and visitors in the Caribbean. The Agriculture and Food Fair is an impressive and inspiring combination of exhibits, demonstrations, and products that highlight the genius and hard work of an industry that is so central to our lives, but so often overlooked. I am trained as a lawyer, and despite the enormous benefits that the legal profession provides to the community, every person does not need our services each day. Agriculture is one of those rare and unique industries that every person consumes its products or desire to consume its products every day. And therefore, the agriculture fair, like this resolution, brings attention and brings honor to an industry that is critical and essential to our lives. The University of the Virgin Islands, as a land-grant institution, is honored to serve as a critical partner in the development and implementation of the Agriculture and Food Fair each year. Our staff, historically, through the Cooperative Extension Services and the Agriculture Experiment Station, and now through the newly created School of Agriculture, sees it as fundamental to their existence and mission to serve on various committees that make the Agriculture and Food Fair a reality every year. Their hard work and creativity in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, with support from the Department of Tourism, are the lifeblood of this event. For the last 13 years, I have been honored to speak at the opening ceremony, along with governors, Senate presidents, the delegate to Congress, and other leaders in the territory. These leaders are present because they, like me, recognize that the event is more than a fair. It is the embodiment of the culture and history of the Virgin Islands. However, it is the individuals from the university, like the following list of individuals that I will read out, who have truly carried out the university's mission by serving the people of the territory through the Agriculture Fair. We have had numerous individuals to actually be board members of the Agriculture Fair body. Those include Kofi Boateng, Kwame Garcia, Sarah Dahl Smith, Sue Lykos, Darsham Potter, Stafford Crossman, Matthias Clavier, Clinton George, Zorita Jacobs, Lewis Peterson, Dorothy Gibbs, and Clarice Clark. In addition to having individuals serve as board members, we have had various individuals serve on the steering committees that do so much of the work, including Rando Mayston, Edgar Ostry, Vanessa Forbes, Sarah Dahl Smith, Sue Lykos, Stafford Crossman, Matthias Clavier, Clinton George, Dorothy Gibbs, Clarice Clark, Ivani Jeremiah, Charles Smith, Olassie Davis, and Jeff Coulartz. I take the time to mention all of these names because they are the ones who have contributed in a significant way to this event that is being honored. And if there are staff members who contributed in the past to this fair, but their names were inadvertently not provided to me. I want to recognize them for their service as well. During the year where the university will mark its 50th anniversary as a land-grant designated institution, it is more than a coincidence that we also celebrate the 50th anniversary of the existence of the Agriculture Fair. The university is also proud to have played a role in the development of the recent Agriculture Plan report, which will be revealed to the public on May 9th, and we hope will be taken up by the Senate shortly thereafter for discussion and implementation. I was honored to serve as co-chair of the task force, along with Agriculture Commissioner Positive Nelson, and to have the Dean of our School of Business, Dr. Kendra Harris, the Dean of the School of Agriculture, Dr. Usman Adamu, to serve with me. I'm also proud that one of the testifiers today, Assistant Commissioner Diana Collingwood, was also a critical member of this task force. This plan is a comprehensive strategy for increasing agriculture production in the Virgin Islands and moving closer to food security and food sovereignty. Therefore, as we recognize the past contribution of the farming communities to the Ag Fair, let us invest in this industry going forward so there is a brighter future for them and all of us. In conclusion, it is important for us to celebrate and honor those institutions and rituals that give so much to our lives. We sometimes take for granted that certain things we love or like will always be there for us. The pandemic demonstrated that our sacred events and our way of life can be quickly altered. This should not make us fear the future, for we are a resilient people. But it should serve as a sobering reminder of how important it is to embrace and celebrate our present and our past. This resolution achieves that goal, and for that reason and many others, the university fully supports its passage. I look forward to addressing your questions, and I thank you for your support of this bill and for your support of the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hall. Colleagues, we will proceed with one round of 3 minutes, beginning with Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. I must say this piece of legislation is a very good piece of legislation. I'm here a little bit on the disappointed side, and my disappointment lies with the departments itself of agriculture. Some of the things that happened in the past 2 years that with no answer. So I am not the happiest camper, but I really appreciate this piece of resolution that my colleague brought forward and will be supporting it. My family took part in agriculture every year. My mom take part in it. I been a beneficiary of winning some first prizes down there with my cooking of my salt fish. So I always prepare that dish for my mom when she's going to enter it into competition. So I did well and enjoy those times doing that and enjoy the amount of people that come together on the fairground. It's the biggest of its kind in the Caribbean. And for that, I definitely will support this resolution, hands down. And I appreciate you testifiers and don't have any question for you, but at the appropriate time, I will vote in measure. There's no doubt about that. But I am in a little disappointment, and I wear my stripes. I try not to, but I wear them every day when I walk with them. So I am a little displeased with certain things that's happening down there. So I will, call it that and at the appropriate time. I thank you guys for your testimony. I appreciate your time coming here today and testifying on behalf of this very important piece of measure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly recognize
again to my colleague. Good afternoon to the people of the territory and the testifiers. I definitely do appreciate legislation that pays attention and brings to the forefront when it comes to agriculture here in our territory. Taking the time out to commend the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors for all of the hard work that they've done over the years. I have to say anything to do with agriculture will always get my support. I spent quite a bit of time, even up until, since they had the slowdown for the pandemic, traveling to St. Croix specifically to participate in this cultural food fair. And I have to say I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the opportunities I had to see what our farmers were doing, specifically in creating different livestock and putting forward the different types of plants and various items that you could consume. But I was very proud of the fact that they were doing it. I think in our society, unless something major happens to us, I don't think we are, in my opinion, fully grasping how important agriculture is and how important it is to the people of this territory. I think when you have an entire agency dedicated to agriculture, in my opinion, we need to be pushing a little bit more to make sure that not only the agency, but the farmers and the individuals that are really trying to push agriculture should get all the necessary resources that they need in order to build this industry up. Whether you are a fisherman or you deal with livestock, whether you are dealing with organic items, egg farming, I come from an agricultural background. I am married to a farmer, so I fully understand the aspect of agriculture. But as an elective representative, I think we as a body need to do a lot more, in my opinion, to really bring forward and put our money and the people's money where our mouth is, to make sure that agriculture is really, really a stronghold in this community. I don't ever want to be in a situation where we have to deal with unfortunate hurricanes and stuff, and we don't have the resources to be able to come in here at any given moment, that we cannot sustain ourselves. And I think that has always been a concern for me. And anything that I could do as a representative, I'm sure my colleagues would be in support of, to make sure that we put agriculture to the forefront. This is not a joke. We can no longer play with this, in my opinion. So I applaud my colleague for taking the time out to celebrate agriculture here in our territory, but I also would look to this body and anybody in the future to make sure that we do what we have to do to make sure that agriculture and the resources are funded in a way to make sure that this becomes a normal part of our lives here in the territory in providing the necessary items through the animals, through food, through plants, or whatever it is we have to grow or we want to push. I am a full supporter and believer in it. So thanks to my colleague, I definitely support this piece of legislation.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I want to thank the sponsor of this piece of legislation also for recognizing the importance of not only the Ag Fair over 50 plus years, but it highlights the importance of agriculture here in the territory on an island, a small island, and where almost everything, 99% of our products are shipped in from off island. And basically the Ag Fair highlights our potential, what we are capable of, what many farmers are doing in the community already. And it's just for us to harness all of that talent and skill set and find a creative way to assure that we can move forward in terms of mass production and basically come up with a plan. And I'm happy to see in the testimony of Dr. Hall, he spoke to the agricultural plan that shall be rolled out in the next 10 days. I'm looking forward to them basically rolling out a plan and seeing how we can assist in terms of implementation. I think it's critical of us. I'm not a farmer. I support the farming community. I've done volunteer work, etc., for those individuals, and at the same time, I myself, I do my own thing. I have breadfruit in my yard, avocado, yam, dashim, coconut, cane. I do my own thing. So I understand the importance of farming, the importance of growing your own food, because the pandemic has taught us a great lesson in terms of emergencies and how can we or will we sustain ourselves in such occasions. And it is high time that we as a territory and as leaders come together and find a creative way, working alongside with the University of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and other vested individuals to see how we can once and for all move forward in one accord. Because we are an island, we are in a tropics, so there should be no excuse. Years ago, we actually had a robust industry, and of course the farming community is mostly aged right now individuals, and we got to find ways of getting more younger folks involved in that industry.
Time.
And I myself am not too happy with the progress of the department. I know in the 33rd legislature we actually gave 1% of the budget toward agriculture. That was a good start, but we all need to do our part and work together. I want to thank the Assistant Commissioner for all she's doing to assist us here in the territory, and I want to thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. This resolution is a no-brainer for all of us. We all here are very much supportive of agriculture. I can say that I have had the pleasure of attending over a decade worth of AgriFest. And it's not only a great time for us to come together for what is the Caribbean's largest agriculture and food fair, but also to see our brothers and sisters from the neighboring islands showcase their agriculture products, and also for us to be able to see some of the artwork, natural jewelry being made, and also all of the types of animals and wild stock and animal stock that we have in the Virgin Islands. So it's a great opportunity for us. I think what AgriFest brings out, more importantly, is something that we need to really look at, and that is trading with our brothers and sisters throughout the Caribbean region. Whether it's the crafts that they produce, the naturally grown foods that are produced here or in other Caribbean regions, I think that we need to look at building on that. I also like the various type of food that we are able to partake in, and knowing that it is an opportunity for us to grow and support our St. Croix brothers and sisters and the economy in St. Croix. Over the years, as a former program manager for a federally funded program, we use AgriFest to market the program. So it's a lot of marketing, and our people are able to gain a lot of information from various government agencies, nonprofits, to actually understand and support issues and that we have in our community. You have all of the departments are typically there, including our agencies, giving away information, sharing information. So it's just like a whole melting pot of concentrated information, concentrated plant life, vegetable life, food, livestock, you name it. You can find it there at the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair. And it's something that unites us culturally. So I want to commend our good Millennium Senator from St. Croix for this resolution. It's really timely, it's very good, and it's timely. And I do want to ask a question because I noted a lot of names, Dr. Hall specifically, you mentioned, and I'm hoping that your 4-H club that you have with Ms. Smith will be there. Sarah Dale Smith will be there and being exhibiting because they play a really critical role in providing the opportunity for persons to become interested and to win them over and develop that level of passion for agriculture. So I'm hoping that they will be there displaying their ware and also marketing to other young people in the community. So will that be part of the display there for the agriculture fair this coming May?
Yes, Madam Chair. The 4-H program is always a part of it, and getting youth involved is always something critical for the Ag Fair. They are often presented or they are given an opportunity, those who have worked on projects leading up to the fair, to come at the opening ceremony and present some of their projects. There will, as it is every year, we will have UVI will have a tent. It highlights the 4-H program. It highlights what we're doing to promote agriculture. And with the creation of the School of Agriculture, due to the support of the Senate and others, we really are trying to reach out even more to the youth to get them interested in the field of agriculture. And the plan that I mentioned, the agriculture plan that we will be unveiling on the 9th, has a major component around how we start inspiring youth at an early age to understand agriculture and how to get involved. Assistant Commissioner Collingwood was a valuable resource as we developed that component. So that's a long-winded way of saying they will definitely be present at the fair, but our vision is for this to be something that is embedded in our school systems throughout.
I'm very pleased to hear that because it's critical that we at least have that level of succession and start to look at how we are going to train and prepare the next farmers, the next fishermen, all of those individuals that are needed for us to be able to cultivate and to also take care of our livestock for generations to come. So I'm very pleased to hear that. My time has been called, and we have exhausted all time on this measure. And I want to definitely thank all the testifiers for coming forward this afternoon and placing your testimony on the record. Senator James, I will recognize you for your 3 minutes.
Oh, because you said the word exhausted. Because
as far as the testimonies are concerned. Go ahead, Senator James. You're recognized.
All right, let's start again. Act like that didn't happen. Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing? I just want to say it's a very exciting moment for me and my colleagues And I just want to remind my colleagues, if you have issues regarding the Department of Agriculture, there's a Committee on Agriculture and Economic Development hearing on May 4, 2022. You can bring those issues there. Today is about the agriculture fair. And when you speak about the agriculture fair, you're speaking about the farmers, the vendors, the private sector, the people who really do the legwork and the groundwork. And I just have to place that on the record. You know, today is about them. So even though we may have our issues with individuals in the department, like I said, May 4th, you can bring those issues there. But I just want to remind my colleagues that I have Amendment 34-533 that I plan to bring forward in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary or in session. And Amendment 34-533 came as a result of having a private meeting with Dr. Hall regarding the same resolution that is before us. And he made some recommendations. So I just want to let my colleagues know that I do have some little minor tweaking to put in there. And as far as the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, I just want to place on the record that we have great things before us. But I'm calling on the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture to do their due diligence. We have Act 8404. It's an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the President of the University of the Virgin Islands to develop a territorial agricultural plan. That has already been implemented. We just need to have a follow-up hearing. We have Act number 8306 that speaks to, and that was a bill that I sponsored in the 33rd Legislature, and it's an act mandating the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism to host an agricultural conference known as the VI Agricultural Caribbean Conference alternately and annually in the District of St. Croix and the District of St. Thomas St. John. We also have Act number 8280, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture to establish and implement a well drilling unit program that I think Senator Dickerson brought forward and I sponsored. I signed on as well. And we also have many other legislation that I plan to bring before the 34th Legislature comes to a close. And I want to reference several of them. One of them is to basically provide a stimulus to the various farmers in both districts so they can be able to use for equipments and utilities. I have another bill that speaks to appropriating over $22,000 to help with the wells down there at the Department of Agriculture in the District of St. Croix. I also have a legislation that speaks to an agricultural assessment task force, and the list goes on. But what I want to say by saying all of that is we can pass all the legislation we want in the world, but until we provide the necessary oversight as the first branch of government, things will continue to be the way it is. We just can't sit back and say they ain't doing nothing. We have the oversight responsibility to bring in those stakeholders to make sure that the farming industry moves forward. So I don't want to hear any complaining from my colleagues. Bring them in. But today is about the farmers. Today is about the private sector, the vendors, the board of directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and all the stakeholders who have worked hand in hand for the past 50 years to make sure that the Virgin Islands, specifically the island of St. Croix, remains in the forefront of putting forward such an event of this magnitude, and we must continue to do so for the next 50 years and the next 50 years. So I just want to say congratulations to everyone who played a major role in making sure that the agriculture fair goes on and on. And I know the numbers are going up for COVID-19, and I'm knocking on wood. I hope and pray that we do not see any disturbance or any challenges or issues with this agriculture fair because it's long overdue. So with that said, thank you, Madam Chair, and God bless the Virgin Islands.
And thank you so much, Senator Javon James. I'll now allow the testifiers to have a 30-second wrap-up. We'll begin with you, Ms. Collingwood, from the Department of Agriculture.
Yes, good afternoon again, and thank you for this opportunity to support this important bill. I want to emphasize, as was mentioned by several of the senators, the critical need and importance for agriculture education to support the agriculture industry. And I commend the university for the movements they are making with reestablishing the School of Agriculture. And that would be an excellent start, especially if we can engage the secondary at the middle school, the high school, and drilling down to the elementary school, ag education, science, technology, engineering, math, STEM, science in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collingwood. Ms. Ross, representing the Department of Tourism, you're recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I too was raised on a farm, so I do know the hard work and dedication it takes to growing crops. So I applaud Senator James for inviting us to continue our partnership with the Agriculture Food Fair. It's always a pleasure when we get to welcome media and journalists to our home and share our culture. The Department of Tourism is proud to be a title sponsor, and we look forward to continuing our commitment in showcasing the best that the Virgin Islands has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. President Hall, you are recognized for your 30-second wrap-up.
I want to again thank the sponsor of this bill. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the entire committee for giving us an opportunity to highlight something that is very unique and very important to the future of the Virgin Islands. As I indicated, I was fortunate to serve as co-chair of the Agriculture Plan Task Force. That work and getting closer to the farmers and the challenges they are facing and the ways in which we can better support them has just made me even more committed, not only to the fair, but to this industry. And I am delighted to hear that members here not only plan to support this resolution, but are supportive of the industry of agriculture. And I look forward to being able to engage senators around the agriculture plan that has been developed so that we can make the future much brighter. Thank you for the time and for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, President Hall. Testifiers, you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for today, April 20th. Thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Colleagues,
Motion.
it's time to get on to the business. Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34020, a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Genix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contribution to the Virgin Islands community as a baseball, softball, and life coach, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection, and be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second by Javon James.
Bill number 34-0201 has been properly moved by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, seconded by Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0210, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands, has been properly voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations and the Committee on Government Operations, and will be sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary with a favorable recommendation.
Point of inquiry.
Yes? Senator Javon James?
Just for clarification. Yes, just for clarification, I think there was a mix-up in how you went about reading the bill that was just passed into the record. So I'm just asking if you could just verify what was made mention. I guess you can ask the reporter or the recorder.
Okay, I think I understand my error. Let me just restate it again because I was reading from the first page of the agenda. That's the error. Thank you so much, Senator James. I know you're always paying attention. Good looking out. So, Bill number 34-0202, a resolution honoring and commending Eugene Jenix Thomas posthumously for his outstanding contribution to the Virgin Islands community as a baseball, softball, and life coach, has been properly and favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and will be reported out to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action.
Motion.
Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0201, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contribution to the marine science industry in the Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Government Operation and Consumer Protection, and be forward to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 34-021 has been properly moved by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, seconded by Senators Javon E. James Sr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yea.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-021, a resolution honoring and commending Kemet Amon Lewis for his outstanding service and contributions to the marine industry in the Virgin Islands, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and will be reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke Sr. posthumously for his service and contributions to the sport of basketball, horse racing, and to the people of the Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 34-0203 has been properly moved by Senator Javon E. James Sr., seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Alma Francis Heiliger, and Marvin A. Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Bill number 34-0203, a resolution honoring and commending Alvin Delano Burke Sr. posthumously for his service and contribution to the sport of basketball, horse racing, and to the people of the Virgin Islands have been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and will be reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action.
Motion.
Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the agriculture food. 1 second. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 34-0220 has been properly moved by Senator Javon E. James Sr., seconded by Senators Franklin D. Johnson and Marvin A. Blyden, as well as Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0220, a resolution honoring and commending the Agriculture and Food Fair Board of Directors, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture for 50 years of diligence in coordinating, promoting, and hosting the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair, known as AgriFest, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Colleagues, this completes all the business that we had at hand today for the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. I want to take this opportunity to thank my hardworking staff, our hardworking central staff, all of the testifiers, my colleagues. I really appreciate everything you've done. Next week is Carnival. I want everyone to enjoy themselves, but be safe. Continue to be safe. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting for April 20th, 2022 is hereby adjourned.